Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Gaza Tribunal here in Church House in Westminster. I'm Jeremy Corbyn, Member of Parliament for Islington North and Director of the Peace and Justice Project, which has put this event on. I want to just briefly start by saying thank you all of you for attending. Thank you to Church House and its audit staff for their wonderful cooperation in getting this inquiry underway. And thank you very much to our team in the Peace and Justice Project who've done so much work to put this on. That's Martin Giles, Sam Sweek, Sinead Carroll, Laura Alvarez and Stephanie Lincogley have done a lot of work to get this inquiry underway. The significance of being in Church House is of course wonderful because it is not only a beautiful building here in central London. One of the historic events here in 1945 was the first meeting of the UN Preparatory Committee to establish the Security Council, and also hosted the UN War Crimes Commission, which was collecting documents that were later used in Nuremberg. And 9 years ago, I used this building to present an apology to the military families of those that had lost loved ones in the war in Iraq, and issue an apology on behalf of the Labour Party for the failings of that government overtaking us to war in Iraq on the day in which Sir John Chilcot's report was published. And so today, in a sense, we're almost repeating ourselves. Words cannot begin to describe how all of us feel when we witness what is going on in Gaza. The suffering of the Palestinian people has gone on for a long time, but 63,000 that have died since October 23. And we watch in live stream time on television children being starved to death. And even if a ceasefire came tomorrow and rebuilding began tomorrow, which would of course be wonderful, the mental health scars will be intergenerational for a very long time to come. The scars of war don't disappear with the silence of the last gun. And so it is our job as members of Parliament, it's our job as citizens to hold our governments to account of what is going on. And I have consistently raised these issues in Parliament along with a lot of my colleagues. We've asked questions after question after question about supply of weapons, about diplomatic initiatives, about supply of aid, and the use of RAF Akrotiri. And I introduced a private member's bill called the Gaza Inquiry Bill under the 10-minute rule procedure as a way of drawing attention to the need for a public inquiry in the same way that Sir John Chilcot's inquiry eventually inquired into the Iraq War from 2009 onwards. My bill got through its first stage, and the title of it was to make provision for establishing an independent public inquiry into UK involvement in Israeli military operations in Gaza, to require the inquiry to consider any UK military, economic or political cooperation with Israel since October 23, including the sale, supply or use of weapons, surveillance, aircraft, and Royal Air Force bases, to provide the inquiry with the power to question ministers and officials about decisions taken in relation to UK involvement and for connected purposes. I wanted to know what the equipment was that was supplied, what happened to all that intelligence that was picked up from the numerous overflying of Gaza that's gone on, and what is the UK's definition of genocide, and crucially, what legal advice was given to the Cabinet, to the Foreign Secretary and the Defence Secretary, because I think we all need to know. My bill has been supported by 50 members of Parliament and numerous human rights organisations and many others. And we will continue with these efforts, and that's why we're here today. The results of our inquiry will be printed, will be made available, will be deliberately considered and provided to everyone to promote public debate. Because I think the truth needs to be told. Information needs to be provided. So if the government won't organise an open public inquiry, if Parliament won't effectively inquire into what's going on, it remains for us to do it. And that's what we'll be doing over the next 2 days here in Church House. And I'm looking forward to the evidence we're going to receive from a very wide range of people with amazing knowledge of the whole issue. And I'm joined as the three panelists with Professor Niamh Gordon, who is after teaching for 17 years at Ben Gurion University, he joined the School of Law at Queen Mary University in London. He's the author of Israel's Occupation 2008 and co-author of The Human Right to Dominate. And I'm delighted that he's here with us today. We're also joined by Dr. Shahad Hanoumi, who's a lecturer in international law and legal theory from the Levant region. She's author of the forthcoming book, The Corporate War, Profiteering and International Law, published by Cambridge University Press, and she is teaching at the University of Kent. I'm absolutely delighted that we've got such esteemed panelists with us today and tomorrow. We're going to try and run as closely as possible to the times that we've set, because we obviously need to make sure we hear from all the witnesses, but also there's some giving video evidence at particular times, and I'm thinking here particularly of Francesca Albanese, who's got a timing to come in. So I will say thank you very much. My fellow panelists will now briefly speak themselves, and then we'll take the first witness.
My name, as Jeremy noted, is Niamh Gordon, and I'm a professor of human rights and international humanitarian law at Queen Mary University of London and a fellow of the British Academy for Social Sciences. We have gathered here today to interrogate Israel's violation of international humanitarian law and the Genocide Convention in both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and the UK government's complicity in these violations. My motivation for being here has to do with my upbringing. I was born and raised in Israel, and every Saturday until the age of 18, I would attend, together with my father and my older brother, the local Orthodox synagogue in the southern city of Israel, Beersheba. To be honest, it was not always the way I wanted to spend my Saturday mornings, but I did learn two important lessons from that experience, lessons that I have carried with me until this day. First of all, the great Jewish prophets looked at reality with eyes wide open and were never afraid to speak truth to power. Frequently, their harshest criticism was directed against the Israelites. They were often ignored, ridiculed, or aggressively scorned, but they did not bow down and persisted to speak the truth. Second, I learned from the book Dvarim in Hebrew, Deuteronomy in English. I learned from it and its command of us to pursue justice. Justice, justice, you shall pursue, it reads. And the repetition of the word justice comes to underscore not only the significance of the relentless and vigorous search for pursuit for justice, but also that the pursuit for justice must be done through just means. Thus, as I see it, one of the key roles of this tribunal is to follow these two principles or commands, namely to look at reality with open eyes and to speak truth, and to do so in the pursuit of justice. In my 20s, I went on to the university to study political theory, and one of the thinkers I read was the Jewish political philosopher Hannah Arendt. In addition to my early upbringing, the time I spent studying Arendt has also taught me several lessons that I carry until this day. Two of these seem to be particularly relevant for this hearing. The first has to do with responsibility and judgment. Arendt emphasizes the importance of individual responsibility and accentuates its role in restoring human dignity and resisting and realizing freedom. She also states that the act of judgment is fundamental to personal responsibility. It is, she maintains, our responsibility to judge political actions. Our judgment, however, must not be limited to the actions of the immediate perpetrators, but also the wider system of complicity that enables the perpetrators to carry out crimes. Indeed, when reporting on the trial of Adolf Eichmann in Jerusalem, she argued that responsibility is more complex than simply blaming the individual who pulls the trigger or the person who signs the extermination order. The entire system of political conformity aids and abets the monstrous acts and is therefore also culpable. The second important lesson Arendt taught me has to do with the possibility of punishment. Human action, she reminds us, is often unpredictable and can disrupt and violently destroy life. Both forgiveness and punishment can, however, act as corrective to this inherent unpredictability and frailty. While forgiveness is vital for human interaction within our common world, Arendt famously wrote that humans are unable to forgive what they cannot punish. The possibility of punishment, in her view, is necessary because without it, we cannot distinguish between the permissible and impermissible acts. Without it, in other words, we cannot assert that genocide is impermissible. When we cannot categorize acts as punishable, then according to Arendt, everything is allowed, entailing that we cannot judge actions and we cannot restore the stability of our common world after a horrific wrong has been committed. These two lessons should, in my opinion, also inform the tribunal. The idea that when judging responsibility for an act, we must transcend the actions of the immediate perpetrators and consider the wider system of complicity that enables the crimes, and that the possibility of punishment is necessary both for restoring human dignity and for the possibility of any future forgiveness. It is, I believe, our responsibility to the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, who have been subjected to monstrous violence, to heed these two lessons from Hannah Arendt, while also speaking truth to power and pursuing justice. I firmly believe that this tribunal will lead us in that direction.
My name is Shahid Hamoudi, and I'm a lecturer in international law and legal theory at the University of Kent. I stand in front of you today in the heaviest of hearts, after having stood witness to the genocide of my people for almost 700 days. We were told that we live in a democracy here in England. And yet the most basic tenets of democratic governance have been absent. Democracy demands commitment to honesty, the rule of law, and effective means to participate in decision-making. England, as Samir Amin notes, is ruled by what he calls low-intensity democracy, one where debate and representative politics are limited within the parameters accepted by the establishment. that is the economic and military elite of this country. The establishment in this country is at the core of a global system that creates a divide between different types of human beings, whereby some lives are worth more than others. This dynamic has been sharply exemplified in the past 2 years. State officials and dominant media outlets actively and knowingly distorted public perception of the reality in Gaza. They endorsed atrocity propaganda, used narratives that dehumanize and undervalue the lives of Palestinians, bluntly denying their lived reality at times. It's the same that they did with South Africa, with India, with Afghanistan, with Iraq, and the list goes on. They misrepresented their historical, economic, military, and political role in the genocide. They fragmented the picture and asked the British public not to contemplate the chain of causality. I say this with utter confidence because I know and I'm sure that reckoning with the reality of what is happening in Gaza and in the West Bank is imminent. That reality that has scarred the consciousness of humanity and caused untold sorrow. But only after it's too late. As Omar al-Akkad says, one day, when this is all over, when there is no price to pay, everyone would have been against this. And I look at that day with horror. After all, our hands have been stained with blood. Meanwhile, in the courts of this country and the offices of governmental legal advisors, alliances in a larger game of geopolitics were favored over basic tenets of national and international law. And in the streets, persistent demonstrations of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of the British public asking for the most basic of demands were systematically denied, undermined, and demonized. These systems were designed to serve the British public. It is their basic right, a basic right to demand not to be complicit in a genocide, a demand to save our souls, our humanity, our collective consciousness, and our quest for meaning. Less than basic. They did it in the name of the British public, claiming that this is the only viable foreign policy. And I would like to believe that if people were truly presented with the truth of the reality today, if they conceptualized, imagined, perceived, and felt what is the reality here. The sound of a child screaming as his leg is amputated without anesthetic. The heat of a British-made drone exploding in a tent. The smell of burnt human flesh. 700 days of endless horror lived by 2 million people. After it followed a long project of settler colonization and displacement. I would like to believe that none of them would want any role in causing it at whatsoever cost. Today, our mission is to bring an inevitable reckoning with the truth a step closer. To bring the public closer to collectively perceiving and conceiving of the reality of this genocide and the role of the British state in perpetrating it. In the absence of the basic tenets of democracy, our moral duty brought us here to stand witness to this historical moment and hasten it. Today we pay tribute to democracy, we pay tribute to justice, and we pay tribute to our common humanity in this historically decisive moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to my fellow panelists for the introductions they've given you this morning. We now move on to the first group of witnesses. We're going to introduce witnesses in 2 or 3 at a time. Each one is designed to last maximum 15 minutes, which is roughly speaking 10 minutes maximum for the witness to make their statement and then 5 minutes for us to question them. All of it will be published at the end, and indeed many may wish to add to their testimony by written statements, which of course would be very, very welcome, and there is no problem about that whatsoever. And so the first 2 witnesses we're taking this morning is Professor Nick Maynard, who's a consultant gastrointestinal surgeon at Oxford University and professor of surgery at the University of Oxford. He's travelled and worked regularly in Gaza and done a great deal to support medical aid for Palestinians, and also worked at the Nasser Hospital and other facilities. And he will be followed by Hala Shabah, who is a Palestinian who lives in the Gulf and in Algeria and Jordan, where she is currently based. She is co-founder of the Samir Project, a Palestinian-led mutual aid group providing intense medical aid, food and material support to the people in Gaza, as well as supporting children experiencing trauma as a result of the genocide. I want to thank both of my witnesses for coming along this morning. Thank you very much. Over to you, Nick.
Thank you very much for asking me. This has been I've just recently returned from my 3rd trip to Gaza since October the 7th, 2023. I've been to Gaza many times over 15 years. And this last trip, I spent a month at Nasser Hospital. It's a great privilege to be attending the tribunal to describe my eyewitness account, which is, of course, essential to get this evidence from healthcare workers in the absence of any foreign journalists being allowed into Gaza. And I am going to talk about some of my experiences and daily witnessing of war crimes, daily witnessing of what seems clear to me to be genocide and ethnic cleansing. Hospitals have been targeted deliberately. I've seen that daily. We all saw the near total destruction of Shifa Hospital, but that wasn't just bombed. The Israeli military went into the hospital. They dismantled the whole infrastructure of the hospital. They destroyed the scanning machines. They cut the cables to all the ultrasound machines. They cut the cables and destroyed all the dialysis machines. They destroyed the laboratories. They destroyed the gas supplies. In Al-Aqsa Hospital, where I worked last year, the Israeli military bombed the intensive care unit whilst I was operating in the operating theatre next door. At Nasser Hospital, from which I have just returned, you will all have seen the bombing of Nasser Hospital 2 weeks ago, where they bombed the 4th floor right next to where I had been living for a month, right next to the intensive care unit and the operating theatre complex, which was severely damaged. And of the 20 people who were killed there, 2 of them were medical students who were being taught at the bedside on the intensive care unit, medical students whom I had been teaching myself 4 weeks previously. Healthcare workers have been directly targeted. More than 1,600 healthcare workers have been killed. More than 450 have been abducted, illegally detained, tortured. Many of them have been killed, including close friends of mine. The infrastructure of the whole healthcare system has been nearly totally destroyed in Gaza. We were operating with virtually no resources in the operating theatre, often no water to use to scrub up, to sterilize our hands and the equipment, often no sterile drapes or sterile gloves, because no aid has been allowed into Gaza. No painkillers. Let me tell you about Ali and Aya, a brother and sister who I treated in Al-Aqsa Hospital last year. They were the sole remaining members of their family. Their parents and their siblings had all been killed by a bomb that bombed their tent in Al-Mawasi, the so-called safe area, we're told, by the Israeli propaganda. Ali had a severe chest injury. Aya had a severe leg injury. We had to treat both of them without any pain relief at all. We had run out of all pain relief that day in Al-Aqsa Hospital. I can still hear their screams as we treated them without any anaesthetic at all. Let me tell you about Nada, a girl who came in 3 hours after Ali and Aya, who had burns that were so severe she wasn't going to survive. She wouldn't have survived in London, in Oxford, let alone Gaza. You could see her facial bones because the flesh was burnt so badly. She died an agonizing death on the floor of the waiting area of the emergency room, in pain because we had no pain relief to give her. An average of 30 children or more have been killed in Gaza every day in the last 2 years. The equivalent number in the Ukraine war is 0.7. In Iraq, 0.6. In Syria, 2. In Gaza, let me tell you that figure again, more than 30 children on average have been killed in Gaza over the last 2 years. Thousands of children have had traumatic amputations, be it arms or legs, sometimes 2, even 3 limbs. I've witnessed profound malnutrition caused by the forced starvation by the Israeli blockade and caused by the Israeli blockade alone. Let me tell you about Zainab, a little 7-month-old girl I helped look after when I was in Nasser just a few weeks ago. She was 7 months. She looked like a newborn. You could see every rib, every bone in her body. She was being fed with water mixed with sugar because we had run out completely of formula feed in Nasser Hospital. There was not a single bottle of formula feed. She died whilst I was there, and 4 days before she died, a group of American doctors had brought in formula feed, knowing there was a shortage, and those doctors at the border of Gaza had every single bottle of formula feed removed deliberately by the Israeli border guards. Nothing else, just the formula feed. That formula feed might have saved Zainab, but it was removed by the Israeli border guards. Let me tell you about Habiba, a beautiful 11-year-old girl who I spent the whole night operating on one night, just a few weeks ago in Nasser Hospital. She had a bad chest injury from an explosive injury by a bomb. I had to spend the whole night reconstructing her esophagus, which had been destroyed by the explosive injury. We couldn't feed her afterwards. She died 4 weeks later because we couldn't get any feed to feed her. And that feed could have saved her if it had been allowed in by the Israelis, and they had stopped that feed coming in. UNRWA used to run food distribution, and they had 400 food distribution points, as we will well know. They're not allowed to do that now. And the obscenely named Gaza Humanitarian Foundation food distribution points, there are 4 of those. They have been designed as death traps and designed to create chaos, rioting, and to facilitate the shooting of Gazan children. My last trip, I spent most days operating on young teenage boys who had been shot by Israeli soldiers at the food distribution points. And it was worse than that. Not only were they being shot, but there was clear evidence of targeting of specific body parts on particular days. So one day, 19 young teenage boys were admitted to the ER, all of whom had been shot in the head or neck. The next day, they came in having been shot in the chest. The next day, the abdomen. The day after that, the legs. On one day, at the beginning of my final week at Nasser Hospital, 4 young teenage boys were brought in. This clustering of injuries to particular body parts was beyond coincidence. It was clear evidence of target practice by the Israeli soldiers on these young teenage boys. Gaza has been failed by our media. Only 2 weeks ago, I was interviewed by the BBC and I was asked yet again whether there were Hamas command centers in the hospitals. This propaganda is being repeated by our media, being repeated by our government, and yet there is no verifiable, no remotely credible evidence to support those contentions. And there are vast numbers of witness testimonies from me and many other healthcare workers who have completely refuted those claims. I've been in these hospitals. I've had unlimited access to every square inch of these hospitals. And it is inconceivable to me that they are being used as Hamas command centers. Gaza's been failed by our government. I and many other healthcare workers have given detailed photographic evidence to senior members of this government and the previous government, and it has been ignored. They need to decide whether they want to believe the multiple witness testimonies from healthcare workers such as me who've got no axe to grind, we've got no political agenda, we're humanitarians. We are telling them as we see it. Or do they want to believe the Israeli propaganda which is repeatedly being regurgitated by our media, and as I say, for which there is no verifiable or credible evidence? It is unconscionable that our government has not called for a full arms embargo. It is unconscionable that F-35 jets, for which our government is still supplying parts, are bombing those very children who I have had to operate on in Nasser Hospital and Al-Aqsa Hospital. It is unconscionable that they are still flying reconnaissance flights over Gaza, giving military intelligence to facilitate the bombing of Nasser Hospital 2 weeks ago. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Nick, for that very, very powerful statement. Who wants to go first on questions?
I would like to ask him. Thank you for that really horrific description. You focused on the harm and death that is currently going on in the Gaza Strip, yet the attack on the systematic and deliberate attack on the health system in the Gaza Strip will, I imagine, have long-term effect. So when you destroy a CT or other imaging or a dialysis machine, and when you kill the intellectual capacity of doctors, the medical students, can you say a few words about the long-term effect of what you have described?
Yes, most certainly. There has been clear evidence of a deliberate targeting of senior members of the healthcare worker profession in Gaza to undermine the ability for them to provide healthcare now and in the future. The educational system has been directly targeted. There are 2,500 medical students whose education has been interrupted. There are profound long-term effects. There are thousands of amputees. There are thousands of, or many, many hundreds of patients, for example, with colostomies, who will need major surgery to reconstruct their bodies. There are appalling signs of malnutrition. And even if there was unlimited food being allowed in, as from today, if there was unlimited aid, there would still be many thousands dying of malnutrition in the next few months. The mental trauma is incalculable. After Operation Protection Edge in 2014, it was estimated there were 500,000 children in need of immediate psychological support. Now, that was a huge military assault, but it pales into insignificance compared to what is going on now. So the mental health trauma is incalculable. Every single healthcare worker I have worked with in Gaza, many of whom I've known for years, are mentally and physically utterly exhausted.
Can you describe any anomalies that you saw in the injuries? I mean, through weird types of weapons, new types of explosives, and the like.
So the terrible explosive injuries I saw were predominantly from fragmentation bombs, which are bombs which have many thousands of very small pieces of metal in them. And when they explode, these thousands of pieces of essentially white-hot shrapnel destroy everything in their path. So everyone within 50 meters or so will be killed straight away. So we're operating on people who are hundreds of meters away. But these injuries are horrific. They often will have multiple entry sites tearing through the lungs, tearing through the abdominal organs, causing incalculable damage. And of course, these patients are often very, very malnourished. So despite many hours of surgery to reconstruct their bodies, the tissues don't heal, they get terrible infections and often die because of the lack of nutrition. I didn't see evidence of burns with white phosphorus, but you'll hear from others who have seen that. I saw predominantly explosive injuries and the gunshot wounds, but some of the gunshot wounds, again, using so-called dum-dum bullets, cause incalculable, horrific internal damage.
Professor Maynard, thank you very, very much for that very, very powerful testimony. And I'm sure on behalf of many, many people, thank you for your humanitarian work and instincts and for coming here today. Could we now invite Hala to present her evidence?
Thank you so much. My name is Hala Sabbah. I'm Palestinian from Gaza, from Deir al-Balah. And I want to start my testimony by saying that the UK's complicity in genocide did not start on October 7th, and it did not start on the 15th of May 1948. It started on the day they stepped foot into Palestine. As the doctor has mentioned, I am here to talk about the aid situation, as I am the co-founder of the Samir Project, a mutual aid group that is Palestinian-led in Gaza. A lot of the international organizations have failed Gaza. They are not operating, or they're operating on a very small scale in Gaza right now. The aid since March 2nd, 2025, the trucks had stopped completely from entering Gaza. And this is why in June and July, we saw horrific images of children starving to death. Because even as mutual aid groups, we couldn't find food to purchase for mass distribution. Even the farmland, the majority of it is in Beit Lahia, which is no longer accessible. So very little farmland that exists in Khan Yunis was what was used to grow some vegetables. And then after an uproar to a certain extent, they started to let some trucks in towards early August or late July. Before the genocide, 600 trucks used to enter every single day during the siege that lasted 17 years. Those 600 trucks allowed people to live, but did not have everything that people needed. During the siege, a lot of children died because no medication was allowed in. A lot of children had to go to the occupied land or to the West Bank to get treatment. Today, every few days, 75 to 85 trucks enter into Gaza. They are very specific. The military occupation is very specific with what they put in these trucks. They put staples like rice, lentils, flour, but they will not put food that is fully nutritious to provide to these malnourished children that the doctor spoke about. No vegetables are entering Gaza. No fruit is entering Gaza. No medication has entered Gaza. We are running out of medication. We are getting thousands. It used to be hundreds, but now we are getting thousands of requests for heart disease issues, for blood pressure, insulin, all these kinds of things. And the few pharmacies that exist in Gaza are running out. So aid is controlled by the military occupation, and it's deliberately creating a famine, a man-imposed famine in Gaza right now. They have re-engineered it so that the international community goes quiet by allowing very few trucks in with very specific ingredients. The famine has not stopped in Gaza. Children are still starving to death. Zainab Abu Halib, who the doctor mentioned here, was someone we provided aid for. Zainab was lactose intolerant, so when we miraculously found some formula, she couldn't take it. It is the most vulnerable, children with celiac, children with lactose intolerant, children with chronic illnesses, children with underlying diseases. Those are the ones who die first. People with disability. So this is really, really important to understand that they allow very specific things into Gaza in very, very small quantities, creating chaos in Gaza, where people have to fight over aid, people have to steal aid, and this is all by design. This is all on purpose. I will give an example of Hani Adwan. Hani Adwan is a 34-year-old man who, during the roughest of times, went to the trucks to try and grab anything he can to feed his children. Hani tried to climb on a truck, fell, and was run over by the truck. All of his skin is gone, his hips are broken. He has a colostomy bag. We had to move Hani Adwan this morning from a hospital in the north to our camp, the Rifat al-Ari'ir camp in the central area, because they are now threatening over 1 million people to be displaced from the north to the south. This is after 2 years of displacements, famine, non-stop bombing, genocide, and now 1 million people are forced to go down into the south, including Hani Adwan, who still has a colostomy bag, who still hasn't healed from his surgeries. They had to take some skin from his thigh to cover the wounds, and he still hasn't healed. We have Maryam Dawas, a young girl who weighs 11 kilos. All of her bones are showing. She's malnourished. She also left the hospital and went to the south today, to our camp. We have Ahmed Al-Homs, speaking of weapons, a 10-year-old child whose brother got killed in front of him a year ago, and he inhaled poisonous gas and now is fully paralyzed. We have been pushing for Ahmed Al-Homs to evacuate for a year, and he still hasn't left. Lina Shafi'i, a 19-year-old woman in our camp who has a kidney disease that's depleting her day by day by day, also hasn't heard anything about evacuations. And the UK has for a very long time supported and participated actively in our killing, has colonized most of the global south, and the hospitals that you visit today in the UK are built on our shoulders and the shoulders of our ancestors. Yet how many children from Gaza came to the UK for medical evacuation? How many? They're counted on one hand. Italy, Spain, other countries have hosted hundreds of children into their hospitals. The UK refuses completely. So not only is the UK actively killing us, but they refuse to help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your powerful testimony. I have multiple questions, if possible. First of all, I'd like to hear about your team and on the ground, and what forms of difficulties that they faced as they sought to provide basic and necessary services to those most vulnerable. And also, if you could tell us a little bit about the informal economy that is being supported by Israel in one form or the other, but also how the prices change and create scarcity in the market. And last but not least, and I apologize, what is the risk that we're looking at today as we speak with the risk of further displacement?
Thank you. I'll start with talking about our team, the Samir Project and TechMed and Translating Palestine, all partners that we work together. We are over 110 team members on the ground in Gaza. Our team, just like everyone else, is under the bombs. Our team, like everyone else, their families face starvation. And in late July, when the starvation was at its peak, we had team members with temperature degrees over 35, trying to build tents, trying to get food, running around in markets, trying to do anything to provide for not only the vulnerable within our camp, the sick children, but also to other camps. And they would be fainting. We would have to bring IV and put it for our team members because they would faint. We would have to give them nutritional supplements so that they can get through the day and do what they need to do. Of course, we have told them multiple times to take time off and rest. But this is the resistance of the Palestinians to keep going despite everything. Have I answered your question? Yeah. The second one?
The black market or?
Yes, regarding the markets and the market situation, we have a group of people in Gaza who are war profiteering from the current situation. These groups are fully backed by the military occupation. What does that mean? That means when the trucks come in, these trucks get looted. And when these trucks get looted, if anyone tries to stop the looting, the military occupation bombs anyone who tries to stop them with drones. So it's very clear that Israel is supporting the looting of those trucks. And then those war profiteers take the items and hoard them and slowly drip them into the markets at very, very expensive prices in a place where there's no cash, because no cash has entered since March. So people are constantly struggling. A lot of people don't have bank accounts. A lot of people don't have smartphones. So this leaves a huge part of the population with no access to money to purchase anything. And the last point I wanted to highlight as well regarding the displacement and the markets is that there's no tents. No tents have entered Gaza since March 2nd. We have provided over 1,200 tents over the past year, which we buy at very high prices from those war profiteering traders. And now that the displacement has started and people are scared and want to move to the south, those war profiteers who are backed by the Zionist occupation are refusing to sell those tents. They're not only refusing to sell them, but they'll put 5 to 10 on the market each day and are selling them currently for 3,600 shekels, which is over $1,000 without taking into consideration the commission that it takes to get the money into Gaza.
One question from me. Thank you for what you just said. How do people in Gaza who have no cash and no access to cash, how do they survive to try and get food or water or anything else?
So a lot of the children are malnourished, mild to medium, because of exactly what you said, parents not able to afford purchasing food or not able to do this. Late July and early August, there were no community kitchens for around 2 weeks, which amplified and made the starvation situation much, much worse. But when the rice and lentils started to enter, the community kitchens came back. So now there are community kitchens that serve camps. And when I say a community kitchen, I mean people get a pot, have a little bit of lentil soup for a family of 10 to 12 people, and that's what they have for the whole day. So their survival is at a very low level, and it's affecting long-term. That was a question that was asked. It's affecting their organs long-term, especially for the children. It's affecting the mental health of children. We have an initiative for mental health. We are seeing stuttering, isolation, aggressiveness from children. We are even witnessing children at the age of 7 or 8 not able to form sentences in the same way that they used to. So they're starting to flip the words because of how high the trauma is. And finally, I just wanted to highlight about those community kitchens that organizations that are coming from the West or from the global North are managing those. They are bringing people from the West to manage certain international organizations. And a lot of them, like the World Central Kitchen, is going and shaking hands with the Zionists, taking pictures with the Zionists, collaborating with them, while they claim to support people in Gaza. And even when team members of theirs were killed, they refused to say that they were killed by the military occupation.
Thank you both very much for the evidence you presented to us this morning. If you wish to add to it with any written evidence, you'll be very welcome to do so.
I'm going to introduce, so thank you very much. I'm going to introduce the next 3 speakers. One of them still has not arrived, but hopefully she will arrive during this session. So the first one is Abu Bakr Abed. Abu Bakr Abed is a 22-year-old Palestinian journalist from Deir el-Balach in central Gaza, formerly a sports writer who became a war correspondent as the conflict escalated. He has contributed to outlets including The Guardian, Middle East Eye, Al Jazeera, and The New Arab, and was named Journalist of the Year by Press TV in 225 for his courageous reporting and bombardment. Welcome, Abu Bakr. The second witness will be Dr. Victoria Rose, who is a British consultant plastic and reconstructive surgeon based in London. Since 2019, she has undertaken several humanitarian missions to Gaza, most recently working at the Nasser Medical Complex in Khan Yunis during the 2024-25 genocide. There, she treated large numbers of patients with blast and burn injuries, including children in conditions of extreme shortage of equipment and supplies. I think she has not arrived yet, but she will join us the minute she does. And finally, the last witness in this panel will join us on Zoom. His name is Jeff Halper, and he's an Israeli anthropologist and the director of the Public Committee Against House Demolitions, an Israeli-based political direct action group working for the decolonization of Palestine. And he's also a founding member of the Palestine-led One Democratic State campaign. In 2008, Jeff participated in the first and successful attempt of the Free Gaza movement to break the Israeli siege by sailing into Gaza. He has served on the United Nations Committee on the Exercise of Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian people, was a member of the International Support Committee of the Burton Russell Tribunal on Palestine, and is currently a member of the International Gaza Tribunal. So Abu Bakr, thank you for joining us today, and may you begin.
Thank you for having me. It's my honor to be here.
If you bring the microphone close to you, please.
I really didn't know. Okay, thank you for having me. It's my honor to be here. Yeah, okay. As you just mentioned, I left Gaza last April, and I'm sure some of you know the reasons, but the main reason was because I received direct threats from the Israelis and social media, and there were smear media campaigns, and that pattern of assassination that has been going on since the outbreak of Israel's genocidal war on the Strip has been clear for people. And so by April and in the early days of March, because she's been talking about the blockade of the borders in Gaza, so I diagnosed an acute malnutrition, and I'm someone with a weak immune system. So in the early days of March, I was diagnosed with severe malnutrition, and then my health deteriorated by the passing of time. And that was coupled with the threats from the Israeli media personalities that are still ongoing, unfortunately. And then I had to make a choice. I had to take a very agonizing decision, which was to leave the Gaza Strip on a scholarship, and I now live in Ireland. So here, when we talk about a living experience, because I've been reporting for a year and a half inside Gaza, and when we talk about Gaza, we should talk about it as someone from Gaza, as a human being first, as a resident, as someone from the land itself, not even a reporter, because reporters at the end are also human beings who go through a lot. And the first thing that I want to say, and I will always say, is the fact that we cannot say that people in Gaza are living at the moment, and we cannot say that people in Gaza before October the 7th, before this genocide, have been living. They're all, and they've been all dying slowly. And that's what I realized when I got out of the Strip, because when I saw the scale of life and the number of fussy, fancy buildings scattered all around, I really realized that Gaza had never lived, but it was suffocated, subjugated, and oppressed all the time. And because we were always under an unprecedented, unbelievable scale of suffering before the genocide, we never, the word never cared a whit about us. And then a genocide had to happen, so the word could even turn an eye to what is happening in Gaza. But what you're seeing at the moment is an extension of what Israel has been doing in Gaza over the past 20 years since the blockade, the very crippling and stifling blockade, has been imposed on the Strip. Before the genocide, university students could not afford the tuition fees. Most of them at the moment, as I'm talking to many of them, do not have certificates, and those students are not even accepted by the UK. Many of them are still trapped because the UK is making up excuses, the UK government, for their exit outside Gaza. 85% of the population before October 2023, they could not find a dwelling to sit in, and they were barely able to get a meal a day, and most of them were homeless and slept in the streets. That's life before October the 7th. And third, many people in Gaza, and one of them is my neighbors, died from cancer and from chronic diseases because Israel would deny a lot of people in Gaza permits to receive a treatment outside. And because there has been a very viral topic about the pre-existing conditions that have led or have played the major role in the deaths from starvation over the course of the past month in particular, these pre-existing conditions were caused by the Israeli occupation, by the Israeli siege. They were not caused because there was carelessness by the mothers and by the families of these children who died during the last 30 days. And we're talking about more than 150 cases of starvation. And for adults, and because I have a family still in Gaza and I fear about them all the time, what they are eating, what they're going through goes beyond imagination. We can't even imagine the fact that we are in 2025 and the stock piles of fall everywhere, and the leftovers that are being thrown in the waste baskets and bins all across Europe, particularly in Ireland and England, where I've been over the course of the past 4 months. These leftovers that are thrown deliberately all the time by people, and they take for granted they're enough to feed an entire population of 2 million people. We've reached a point where humanity has been failed by the entire globe. And for children, because I have nephews and nieces, and one of them is Ailul, she's 3 years old, and every time I call her, she cries for an egg, and she begs me to bring her an egg, but she couldn't even get it at all. And every time she sees a pen of watermelon, which represents solidarity with Palestine, she cries for her mother in front of me on a video call asking for watermelon. That's what Israel has caused. And I remember very well when she asked her mother why food is not allowed into Gaza. Why, as a mother, as my mother, can't you bring me eggs and chocolates? And she said, because Israel is blocking the borders. And as an innocent child of 3 years old, she asked her mother to fight and reopen the borders. And another thing about the children, because they are the worst sufferers of this ongoing genocide. When I was in Gaza, children, the neighboring children in front of my house, because Deir al-Balah is at the moment, and before, has been too increasingly overcrowded. We're talking about a 15 square kilometer tiny swathe of land of, before the genocide, 70,000 people. But now we're talking about nearly 1 million people. So the tents would be scattered all over around, and the tents would be dotting all the streets. And for Gaza, and for these children particularly, we see children, they are literally, people at the moment in Gaza, that literally live in the pools of sewage, the pools of accumulative garbage everywhere. That's why we're seeing viral infections. That's why I had contracted with my family numerous times viral infections, hepatitis A virus and severe gastroenteritis and all these conditions and these viral infections that have been stalking the strip for a very long time. And for my neighboring children, for many times in front of my eyes, I would go outside and see on the sand children drawing food in the sand. For example, I need a jar of Nutella chocolate, and they would draw it and then they would start putting the sand in their mouths. And this is not the only case. This is not the only case. It's one in many. It's one in many, because just a few meters from where I am, there was a child who was selling his own books, his own school books. He was the best student in his class, and he would work day in and day out for many long hours under the scorching sun under the night. So his body would shiver from the cold during the winter in Gaza, and his body would be very spotty and burned because of the scorching sun, because Gaza is a very hot weather all the time. So he has only one piece of clothing. He's always barefoot. He doesn't have anything in his tent. It was in his tent, and the only thing he had is just empty plates. It's literally empty plates. So this is what starvation means. Starvation means that we, because I'm someone who's come from Gaza and I had to eat pets' food, meat specified for cats. And I can assure you that the cat's meat and food that are being sold right now in the markets here is much better than the original food that I used to have in Gaza. And also, we had to drink contaminated water. And the past symbol is no longer good to use because it's still ongoing. So every time I talk to my family at the moment, they would have severe stomachs because of the contaminated drinking water that people drink all the time. Yesterday, I was talking to someone from Gaza, and imagine the level of suffering that could be, much better than all the words I could say. But one of the people that I talked to in Gaza, they're right now in Mawasi Khan Yunis, which is a very highly to increasingly overcrowded area with many displaced people coming from several areas across the strip. And they said to me, we wish to have a wall inside our tent to stand against, just a wall inside our tent to stand against. So I just want to tell you in the end that Gaza has never left, and now the suffering has gone beyond imagination.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Can you just say very briefly, you mentioned that you understood that you're being targeted as a journalist on social media. Can you talk very briefly about the targeting of journalists in the Gaza Strip? And what does it mean that you understood on social media that you're being...
First, we've been failed by international media organizations and the committees to protect journalists over the course of the past 2 years. We've been calling on them for a very long time, but our calls have been fallen in deaf ears and blind eyes, unfortunately. And the targeted assassination of journalists has been clear, as I told you, and the reason behind that is that Israel would put up any claims and then they will hunt down any journalist. And the fact that we need to understand is that journalists in Gaza did not have the time to do the so-called secret terrorism that they have. You're seeing journalists posting 24/7 a day. You're seeing journalists working day in and day out. So when would they have the time to do secret journalism? But Israel just wants to make up excuses to target journalists. And that's what has happened with Anas al-Sharif. May God bless him and put mercy in his soul. And that's what has happened with the other journalists before me. But when I faced the threats, my family was afraid, and we knew, and I realized at that time that no one would protect us at all, because we've simply been failed. And that has happened with over 250 journalists. And it's been deliberate, because the press fists in Gaza mark us as a target. They never ever protect us. And I'm sorry, but Western media has played the most major role in killing journalists in Gaza, and has played the most major role in facilitating the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Had they done their job, this genocide would have been ended, but they will be shamed forever.
Just one question from me. Many journalists have died in Gaza. In your experience, are journalists working in Gaza supported by the news gathering organizations that either directly employ them or use them as stringers to provide evidence and information for them?
Well, the first thing is that, unfortunately, only the independent media outlets that are very supportive of journalists in Gaza. I work with the Electronic Intifada and Dropside News, which are independent media outlets in the US, and they're very supportive of journalists inside Gaza. But I've been talking with other journalists and media workers on the ground since when I was there, and after I was there, and after leaving Gaza. And unfortunately, I've been horrified by many experiences that happened with them by the BBC, for example, commissioning them and not paying them. This is first, and other things by Sky News and other media outlets that would redact their names for no clear reason, just to avoid any pressure that they would face, and that, you know, Hamas affiliated journalists, whatever. But literally no one in Gaza, no journalist in Gaza has anything to do with Hamas. And even when you look at journalists in Gaza, they do not push any narrative that Hamas is pushing or whatever, because they're working independently. They just want to highlight the genocide and the suffering of people. And we know in the end that Hamas is an elected government in the end. So it's a government that we should work. So here, we wouldn't kill journalists for belonging to the Labour Party. We wouldn't kill journalists for belonging to the Tory party or whatever. So it's the same. But it's all excuses, and the support, and one of the reasons that the support towards Palestinian journalists in Gaza, we've been dehumanized, and we haven't been trusted. People think that we are feigning pain, we're feigning starvation, we're feigning all these feelings. No, we never wanted that. We never wanted war. We never wanted anything. We just wanted to live as human beings. But we want our homeland to be back, that our grandparents have been expelled from, and we want a dignified life. We want a life full of freedom, a life full of life, full of dignity and our human rights. But unfortunately, not only the media organizations, but the human rights associations, the human rights organizations, the international laws, all of them have been shuttered by Israel over the course of the past 2 years. And the Western world has always taught us that, no, we care about human rights, we care about everything, but then we haven't seen anything, because this is what racism and double standards are all about.
Thank you very much for that, Abu Bakr. Our next witness is Dr. Victoria Rose. I introduced her a few minutes ago, so please, you can continue. So please, Dr. Victoria Rose, the floor is yours.
So I'm a consultant.
Can you just put it?
Go very close to the microphone, please.
Do I need to go back?
No, bring it towards you. Yeah.
I'm a consultant plastic surgeon. I've been a doctor for the NHS for 30 years. I have been working with a charity called Ideals since 2018, who regularly go to Gaza to help train local Palestinian surgeons, and I have been going with them since then. When the war started on October the 7th, Ideals was registered with the United Nations and the WHO EMT as an emergency medical team, and started sending missions back to Gaza. We've attempted 21 missions now, and I think we've had 14 successful missions. I was on a mission in March to the European Gaza Hospital for 2.5 weeks, and then a mission in August for a month at NASA. And then I went back in May, June for another mission to NASA. I suppose the things that I can talk to you about really are the things that I've directly seen. And in terms of things that have been totally unacceptable during this war have really been the number of children injured. I think UNICEF have recently estimated this as 50,000 in Gaza, and when you compare that to 2,400 in Ukraine, you start to get a picture of what's going on. The mortality rate for a child during the war in Ukraine is estimated to be 0.7%, and that for a child in Gaza is 37.7%. I was operating on children every day, and during my last mission, I would run a list of 10 to 12 patients, and the first 6 would be under the age of 15. And these are children that have suffered blast injuries, so they have either been burnt by the heat or the fire caused by the explosion, or they have been directly hit by the explosion, or they have been hit by shrapnel, so anything around them when the bomb went off is then whipped up and ejected at very high velocity and hits them. So we were seeing children with bits of their body blown off, essentially. I have some images. I don't know whether you want to see them, but just for the record, I looked at one day's operating in May, and we operated on 6 children. We started with an 18-month-old child. That's not the youngest child I treated, with a 15% burn. We then went on to a 3-year-old boy with a 35% burn. In the UK, that is a 50-50 survival burn, and it would go to probably one of only 2 units that would be able to look after that child. I then operated on a 5-year-old girl who had had her arm blown off. She was down for an amputation, but we managed to salvage half of her hand and most of her forearm and shoulder. I then operated on her sister, whilst my colleagues operated on her mother in the theatre next door. Her sister had had her left cheek and shoulder blown off. I then operated on a 7-year-old girl who had had her knee blown off. And my final case was a 13-year-old boy who had had his left ankle blown off, and his brother was being operated in the theatre next door. I think it's not just the children that we were operating on that affected us, but also the restriction in aid. And obviously lots of people talk about the malnutrition, which I will get onto briefly, but for doctors working in Gaza, we are restricted in lots of ways. The first ways in which we're restricted is actually gaining entry to Gaza. Before the Rafah border closed in May, we had very easy access through Cairo, across the Sinai Desert, through the Rafah border, and then we would be picked up by Palestinian colleagues and taken to our respective hospitals. There was no restriction on what we brought with us or the number of people that travelled with us. We just had to register with the WHO everything that we were bringing with us and who the doctors and nurses were. Once Israel and COGAT took control of entry and exit into Gaza, the situation changed, and we were limited to 2 convoys a week. One would go in and come out on a Tuesday, and one would go in and come out on a Thursday. It was one bus. There were 35 seats on it, and you had to apply for your seat a month or 6 weeks in advance, and you were told 2 weeks in advance whether you were on it or not. And then you made your way to Amman, and the night before it was due to leave, you were told by COGAT whether you would be permitted entry or denied entry or banned from entering. You are only allowed to take 1 bag with you on that bus, and it has to weigh 23 kilograms. You have to take all your food with you for the month and water for 3 days. You are not allowed to take any medical equipment. You are at the moment limited to 1,000 shekels in cash. You're not allowed to take more than 2 mobile phones, 1 computer. The issue that we have now is that since the ceasefire collapsed, the convoys are cancelled on a very regular basis. We would now estimate that nearly 60 to 90% of all doctors, this is specifically people that put their name down as a surgeon, anaesthetist or physician, are denied entry, and the WHO can give you information on that. We have recently had 3 major charities that were sending missions into Gaza on a weekly basis, deregistered by COGAT. That is Medical Aid for Palestinians, Rahma and PalMed. These are amongst apparently 32 organisations that have recently been deregulated by COGAT. As well as the entry of doctors being extremely hampered, so is the supply of medical equipment. Obviously, you are taking a risk if you take equipment into Gaza, because if it is found by COGAT at the Allenby border, you run the risk of you being denied entry, but also the entire team that you're with being denied entry. Very little supply gets to the hospitals at the moment. Some of the big NGOs have managed to get a few trucks in, but not enough to keep us stocked. When we were there, we ran out of analgesia, which meant that, unlike in the UK, when we amputate your leg, we'll give you some anaesthesia, some local anaesthetic into the stump so that you don't wake up in pain. We were not able to do that. So every day that I operated, the first 6 cases would be children, and the screaming in the recovery room would not stop until about 3 in the afternoon, and we had no analgesia to give those children. We also ran out of antibiotics. We had 2 types left, neither of which would be indicated in dirty open war wounds. We ran out of disinfectant solutions, which we ended up having to water down, and we ran out of scalpel blades, which we ended up having to re-sterilise. With regard to restriction of food, obviously the malnutrition is very evident now in the images that are getting out. I think we really noticed it in our colleagues initially. All of them had lost weight. All of the team that I went with lost weight. I lost half a stone in 28 days. I didn't see any fresh fruit or vegetables. I only ate the food that I took in with me. There was nothing else available. But I think malnutrition affects you in multiple other ways, and certainly we know that it enhances low mood and increases tiredness, and we really did see that amongst our Palestinian colleagues. Amongst our patients, probably the hardest thing was immunosuppression. So without adequate nutrients and vitamins, you don't mount the response, the immune response that you would need to. And so we were seeing a lot of preventable illnesses. And certainly at the moment, we know that there has been a sharp rise in an enterovirus causing diarrhea and vomiting. And what we have seen now is, because of poor immunity, it has triggered an autoimmune response, something that we know as Guillain-Barré syndrome, which means that you then make antibodies to your own nervous system. That starts with paralysis to the sensory nerves, so you get tingling and numbness, and then it progresses to skeletal muscle, and you get flaccid paralysis. As that flaccid paralysis rises, once it affects the diaphragm, that will stop you breathing, and then you die. We do see this in the UK, but it's very, very rare. Prior to the war, the Ministry of Health reported 2 cases per year in Gaza. The WHO last month reported 37 cases in people under the age of 15. And then lastly, just to talk about targeting the healthcare system, I am a colleague of Adnan Birch. He came to King's College to work with our team there, our orthopaedic team. I knew him well, and as you know, he was murdered during this war. I am also a colleague of Mohammed Al-Obeid's, who is still missing, and we cannot find his location. Multiples of my colleagues reported to me that they had been rounded up at Shifa and Nasser Hospital and held at gunpoint. One of my colleagues, Ahmed Maghrabi, told me that his theatre nurse was shot whilst he was standing next to him. My anaesthetist at Nasser was taken from Shifa and detained for a month. He told me that he was held with a bag over his head and his arms tied behind his back. He lost 1.5 stone in weight. He also reported that he was beaten every day.
Dr. Victoria, can we ask you a question?
Yes.
Jeremy? I can
Yeah, when you're trying to get into Gaza, how long do you often have to wait in Amman before you know if you're on this bus or not, or get in at all? How does the process work, and how many doctors don't get in?
The process is run by the United Nations WHO EMT, but they only control their access, so you know that they've given you a seat 2 weeks before you arrive. The final approval is given by COGAT, and it can come any time the day before you leave. It will never come before you leave, but it will never come before you arrive in Amman. You have to be in Amman, and then they will confirm that you're there, and then COGAT will say whether or not you can get in. The latest we were told was in February of this year at 10 o'clock at night, the evening before we were due to leave. We were told the whole team had been denied entry.
When you're limited on the food you take in, how on earth do you survive on only 23 kilos over a period of several weeks?
I won't lie, I don't really stick to that rule because I sort of know that they won't weigh the bag per se. So we do bring larger bags and put as much as we can in. To be honest, we survive on reconstitutable packet foods, the sort of thing that you take camping, like porridge, something that you can just put boiling water into, and you just take as many. You take one for dinner and one for breakfast, and that's all you take really, and some cereal bars. The rest of my suitcase normally is full of things that I'm taking for my colleagues. So when we first went in March, my colleagues asked me for mobile phones and chargers. When I went in August, there had been a blockage of sanitary products by Israel getting across to Gaza, and nobody had any soap or shampoo or toothpaste. So my colleagues asked me to bring them those items. When I went in May and June, my colleagues asked me to bring them energy bars and multivitamins.
And the UK government, has it supported your work? Has it put obstacles to the kind of work? Has it been present at all in these kinds of humanitarian initiatives by UK medical teams?
I would say I am absent, probably. I think that the UK government possibly had no idea how many of us were going to Gaza until the most recent trips in May and June, when we came back with footage of the malnutrition. And that's the first time that we've managed to meet with the UK government. We, as a body with the International Centre for Justice of Palestine, had written to Hamish Faulkner, well, we'd written to David Lammy and Keir Starmer initially in November 2024. We had no response for many months, and then Hamish Faulkner wrote back to us and then we had nothing. We have emailed and irritated several MPs and parliamentary aides, and recently myself and my colleague Nick Maynard and some other colleagues of ours have had a Zoom call with the Prime Minister. We have met Hamish Faulkner face to face, and we've met Wes Streeting face to face.
And have these meetings led to any proactive actions by the UK government?
Not that we've been informed of, no.
Thank you very much. We will now invite Jeff Halper on Zoom. Is that,
You're welcome to stay there if you wish.
Yeah. Here he is. Jeff, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you take 7 minutes to provide evidence, and then we might ask you a few questions?
Yes, for sure. First of all, thank you for having me at this tribunal. It's a very important and timely event. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about the political aspects of this, trying to give an overview, because in the end there has to be some political resolution. But I'm very moved, obviously, like we all are, by the testimony we've heard of people that have actually been there. I'm not there and I wasn't there. I'm here in Jerusalem. So I'm talking on more of a political level. And therefore, I'm not going to relate to what's happening in Gaza today, but rather why. And what is the context? And why is the starvation happening? And why is the genocide happening? And the scale of destruction that we see. And I think it's really important for us, we've been talking to medical people, to have a proper diagnosis. In other words, if you have a medical condition, it can be anything. The diagnosis is crucial obviously, for the treatment. And all these years, we've been talking about this as a conflict. The Arab-Israeli conflict, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, two sides, which creates a false symmetry, making the Palestinians somehow a side in a conflict they had nothing to do with. And instead of conflict, we have to talk about Zionism as a settler colonial movement. We often use those words today, but we don't really unpack them and understand them. And without understanding that framework, that conceptual framework, without that diagnosis, you cannot get to a treatment and you can't understand what's happening in Gaza. And settler colonialism has its logic and has its process. And basically, it's when a population comes from abroad to another country with the intent of taking it over. It's not colonialism in the sense of the British in India. It's more colonialism in the sense of the British in Kenya to some degree, but even more so with the idea that the Zionist movement had, and that Israel has until today, that Palestine is in fact the land of Israel. It belongs exclusively to Jews, and therefore the very purpose of Zionism for the last 130 years until today, and this is a stated policy of the Israeli government, is to Judaize Palestine, to transform an Arab country into a Jewish country, to take its land, displace its population, replace its population with a Jewish one, and then normalize. And you have a situation in which permanently Palestine is not only erased, but it's perceived as a Jewish country with a Jewish population. Now, without going into real detail, settler colonialism has 4 stages. One is invasion and initial settlement, and this happened, of course, before World War I. But what made it legitimate, because part of this tribunal is dealing with British responsibility, and a couple of speakers have mentioned this, of course, Zionism only gained its international legitimacy with the Balfour Declaration of 1917. And that was then taken whole cloth into the League of Nations mandate. Both the Balfour Declaration and the League of Nations mandate were dictated to the British government by Chaim Weizmann, the leader of the Zionist movement in Britain. And in the League of Nations mandate, the Arab population is not even mentioned. It's called the existing non-Jewish communities even though they were the indigenous population living on 90% of the land, or they were 90% of the population. And only the national rights of Jews were recognized. The mandate was to prepare for a Jewish national home with no recognition of any Palestinian Arab national rights. And of course, that created, like all settler colonialism does, resistance. And resistance is always criminalized. So from a very early stage of both Zionist history and the British in Palestine, the resistance of Palestinians has been called terrorism, or they've been called gangs of terrorists and so on. And that's very much the language we use today. So in other words, the answer of Israel, the response of Israel to all the testimony we've heard is, well, we feel sorry about that, but in the end, these are terrorists. And you have ministers in the Israeli government that say openly, even the children are terrorists. And that, of course, is to try to delegitimize and to take away the idea that, in fact, Gaza is a part of a national political struggle of Palestinians for their self-determination. It's not just a case in a conflict and there's an attack and there's a response and it just happens. No, it's a part of a process of all these years of taking over Palestine. The second stage is Judaization, and that happened after World War I until today, again with the British largely responsible till 47, transforming Palestine into a Jewish state through settlement. That's why it's called settler colonialism. Now, the fourth stage, and I'm skipping the third stage for a reason, I will come back to it. The fourth stage is normalization. How do you win? How in fact do you succeed in transforming an Arab country into a Jewish one? You do it through normalization. You create facts on the ground, which are the settlements and the infrastructure and the highways and the displacement of the population, land expropriation, apartheid. You create facts on the ground, and then they become normalized, and that's what's facing us with the Abraham Accords. We have to see Gaza as a stage before this final stage of normalization, where Israel, in fact, ends the so-called conflict and its settler colonial movement succeeds. And therefore, the third stage is pacification, because you can't get the Abraham Accords completed. Saudi Arabia will not come in. The Emirates yesterday threatened even to pull out if Israel annexes part of the West Bank. You cannot have normalization as long as there is fighting, as long as there's still resistance. And therefore, where we are today is pacification, breaking all Palestinian resistance. And this isn't only Gaza, this is also in the West Bank, in order to prepare the way for normalization, to create an industrial quiet that allows the Arab governments and the international community to then recognize a Judaized Palestine, that's Israel. And when Netanyahu talks, why are they continuing this? Even the Israeli army doesn't want to continue this war. The Israeli public doesn't want it. What is Netanyahu saying? We have to listen to him. Total victory. What does that mean? The army says we've already beaten Hamas. But that's not enough, because as long as there's a Palestinian presence, as long as there's a presence of resistance, as long as we haven't eliminated the last Hamas fighter, pacification is not completed. You see? And that's why this is a war to destroy Hamas. And again, if then many Palestinians are considered Hamas, not just members of Hamas, but the population, including children, then we're talking about genocide. So this is, I think, the context in which we have to understand what's happening in Gaza. Gaza means nothing to Israel. It's really not considered an important part of, they want to settle it, of course, but the West Bank is much more important. So the importance of Gaza for Israel is twofold today. One, again, is to break all the resistance and destroy Hamas, destroy any Palestinian resistance to colonization in preparation for normalization. And then the second, of course, is ethnic cleansing. because, and we know very well that Trump and Israel and others have a plan for basically expelling the population of Gaza to places like South Sudan or who knows where. And so if Israel can get rid of half the Palestinian population of the occupied territory, 2.5 million out of 5 million people, then it's gone a long way again towards erasing the Palestinian presence. So this, I would submit, is the political context in which the atrocities that we've heard about is happening.
Thank you very much, Jeff. We're running out of time, so we won't be able to ask any questions at this point. I want to thank Dr. Victoria Rose and Abdul Bakr and Jeff for their testimonies, and we will now move to the next panel.
Thank you. We would like to invite Emily Tripp, who's the Executive Director of Airways. She worked as a research manager and took the leadership of the organization in June 22. From founder and director Chris Woods. Her previous work includes working in humanitarian aid delivery in the Middle East with a focus on carrying research and managing assessment teams in Syria and Libya to help inform humanitarian responses. We'd also like to welcome Dr. Natalie Roberts. Dr. Natalie is the Executive Director of Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, MSF in the UK, an emergency doctor. Natalie joined MSF in 2012, subsequently held emergency coordination roles in zones of conflict and crisis across Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, including in Syria, Yemen, Ukraine, Pakistan, Philippines, Ethiopia, and Central African Republic. In 2016, she became the head of emergency operations for MSF during the Great March of Return protests in Gaza, when MSF provided care to thousands of Palestinians who had been shot by the Israeli military. And I'd also like to welcome Ben Jamal, who is the British Palestinian activist and has served as the director of Palestine Solidarity Campaign, PSC, the UK's largest pro-Palestine advocacy campaigning group since 2016, formerly CEO of Domestic Violence Intervention Project and a social worker. He brings decades of experience in grassroots campaigning, mobilizing large-scale demonstrations for Palestinian rights in the UK. We welcome you to the floor and invite you to present your testimonies, and if we may start with Emily Tripp.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for this invitation. It's a real honor to be able to speak alongside colleagues today. So I work for Air Wars. Air Wars is a UK-based non-profit organization. We act as a watchdog for civilian harm as it occurs in war zones around the world. We were founded about a decade ago, and in that time, we've documented civilian harm using a consistent methodology in many of the world's major aerial campaigns. This includes campaigns conducted by the United Kingdom and by the United States. Each of the thousands of incidents of harm we document is published on our website, clearly and transparently, both in the hope of pursuing accountability and as a lasting record of civilians killed. We share these records of civilian harm to help facilitate accountability processes, whether that's with media organizations, legal mechanisms, human rights investigators, the United Nations, or humanitarian groups. During the US-led coalition's bombing campaign against the so-called Islamic State, we referred all cases of civilian harm to the major militaries involved, and the United States has acknowledged hundreds of civilian deaths directly as a result of our work. In the days after October 7th, local human rights organizations in Gaza were forced to stop their field work as their staff fled their homes. Palestinian health ministry figures became subject to intense debate and critique, and international journalists, investigators have still not been allowed into Gaza. We decided we would try and address this gap with our own remote casualty recording methodology, which has proven reliable and trusted both in this context and around the world. In a letter to the MP Emily Thornberry on January 8 this year, Secretary of State David Lammy repeated this assertion also made by his predecessor, that the UK government was unable to carry out assessments of particular incidents affecting civilians in Gaza, and I quote, due to the opaque and contested information environment, as well as the challenges that the UK government had in, again I quote, accessing the specific and sensitive information necessary from Israel, their allies, about the intended targets and anticipated military advantage. Lamy is correct in acknowledging the complexity of the information environment. There is a vast and complex patchwork of information that surrounds each fatal incident for civilians in Gaza, as there is increasingly in war zones the world over. But this does not render this exercise impossible. This is the work our teams engage with. We work through this information environment, identifying sources from a Facebook page mourning the loss of a loved one, to images posted by journalists on Instagram, to pieces of paper held up to passing camera crews with lists of the dead after a single strike. Civilians are highly effective in documenting the world around them. In hundreds of incidents, there has actually been so much information that we have been able to deduce the exact coordinates of an airstrike purely based on open source imagery. To date, we've published detailed incident reports outlining where and how more than 10,000 civilians have been killed in Gaza. We have names, we have ages, we have professions. We know whether they were at home, sheltering in schools, whether they're in an ambulance with their families in hospitals, whether they were trying to find food at an aid distribution. We work chronologically, so we keep track of every single event every day, and we publish our findings on each strike as soon as we can. To date, we have identified more than 13,000 incidents of civilian harm, and we've published just over 1,200 on our website. These records tell us that by every metric, the level of civilian harm in Gaza is simply incomparable with any 21st century air campaign. It is the most fatal conflict for civilians that we have ever documented. And we aren't just coming to this conclusion now, we knew this weeks into the war. In October 2023 alone, we recorded at least 1,900 children killed. That is around 7 times more child fatalities than the deadliest month of any previous air campaign that we had documented. In 9 out of 10 incidents where women were killed, they were killed alongside a child. We found that on average, when civilians were killed alongside family members, they were killed alongside at least 15 of their relatives. This is not like anything we've documented before. These findings indicate a war on populated areas on a scale that would have been unimaginable in wars prior, especially in wars conducted by Israel's allies like the United Kingdom. We use this event-based methodology, and we work through open source investigative techniques. This allows us to orient civilian deaths in time and place. It also allows us to identify trends in real time, which were occurring very early on. In those opening weeks, we found that each strike was proving more deadly for civilians than in wars conducted by Israel's allies, to which Israel was comparing itself favorably. We found at least 65 incidents of civilian harm in the first 3 weeks, where at least 20 civilians were killed. So that is 20 civilians killed in a single strike, or kind of series of strikes in a single location. This is 3 times the number of high fatality incidents we recorded during the Battle of Mosul, a battlefield so deadly that the UN deemed the whole city almost uninhabitable after the campaign was over, and bodies are still being recovered almost a decade later. These trends have remained consistent as the war has progressed. On March 18th this year, the day that Israel broke the ceasefire, we recorded what may turn out to be one of the bloodiest days of the war. Our teams identified almost 100 different incidents of civilian harm. That is the targeting of 100 locations across Gaza where civilians were killed or injured. To date, we've published a handful of these cases on our public archive, and the pattern has held. Patterns such as the destruction of whole families on family homes, high numbers of child fatalities in a single strike, all in that single day of bombardment. In recent months, our teams have documented attacks at aid distribution sites, publishing more than 25 separate incidents detailing civilians killed or injured while seeking aid. We've looked at attacks on civilians sheltering in schools, publishing more than 80 such incidents. And we spent this week looking at attacks in Gaza City as we have seen the campaign intensify. After the attack on Nasser Hospital, killing journalists and first responders last week, we shared our records with a number of media outlets detailing more than 20 other potential so-called double-tap attacks, where first responders have also been reportedly hit in rescue and recovery efforts. To Lamy's point about challenges in understanding the intended targets from Israel. Last year, we released a film and an interactive map where we reviewed footage posted by the Israeli military themselves on their own social media accounts describing their targets, and we were able to link these statements to hundreds of civilian fatalities. Over the last year, we've documented 33 incidents involving attacks on civilians sheltering in schools, where we know exactly what the targets are because Israel has acknowledged it, in many cases declaring these strikes to be attacks on Hamas command and control centers. we have documented 467 civilians killed in these incidents alone. We've been able to review and analyze significant evidence of harm in Gaza, and we are a very small team. We are a dedicated and focused organization. We have expertise and experience on this single issue, so we know that others with maybe competing priorities and interests can't always take on this exercise, but that's why we've worked so hard to publish every case as soon as we complete our research with as much detail and transparency as possible. Every incident we publish includes all of our sources, which we also digitally archive in the event that sources get deleted or removed. Our assessments have been cited by the South African legal team at the International Court of Justice, by colleagues at GLAN in their case against the UK government. They've been cited in the US Congress by major international media outlets from the New York Times to The Guardian. In September 2024, we were named by the House of Commons Library as one of 4 fact-checkers on information in Gaza, and we have briefed officials in the UK FCDO on multiple occasions to explain our methodology and our findings and our approach in detail. This material is not confidential. It is being put online every day by Palestinians living under intense bombardment. Thank you.
Quickly, so first of all, even though you do note that the media has taken forward some of the data you provided, how, in a more general scale, would you assess the media's engagement with the data that you have provided? And also, have you noted a change in the weaponry that's being used in comparison to prior armed conflicts that you have documented in terms of the damage caused as well as the technology used?
Thank you. On the media engagement, I think one of the perhaps most disappointing and challenging things has been the sporadic media engagement. So we have been documenting every single day since October 7th, as have journalists inside Gaza. And what we've noticed is that the media engagement sort of comes at a flurry almost unpredictably. I mean, we saw a lot of engagement around the Gaza hospital strike last week, as we should have. We saw a sort of flurry of engagement around the World Central Kitchen strike, again, as we should have. And in all of those circumstances, Air Wars is often invited to speak and interview and say, okay, we'll put this in the wider context. And each time I have constantly been surprised that the journalists we're speaking to are also surprised that this attack has happened. You know, in the case of the Gaza hospital strike, we had a lot of questions around, oh, what is a double tap strike? You know, we saw a double tap strike or a report of a double tap strike on the 8th of October, 2023. So I think, I mean, when it comes to media engagement, I think there are a number of really brilliant journalists out there who are doing a lot of reporting, both inside Gaza and outside. And the challenge is a sort of attention span. But a challenge is also normalization of very high fatality incidents. So I mentioned in this testimony, you know, this number of 20 civilians killed per strike. I mean, this is something that in previous campaigns would have been extremely unusual. In May 2021, if you remember, there was a strike on Wahda Street with, it was a tunnel complex, and I think it was more than 40 civilians died, and it really captured the world's attention, and we had a lot of reporting on that. We've now seen so many of those, and each one of those has not had that level of attention. So I think it's a kind of, a flurry of information, attention, and then this kind of sporadic engagement. And then in terms of the weaponry, in terms of previous wars and campaigns, I mean, it's rather consistent, to be honest. I mean, we're seeing weapons that have been used, you know, from old arsenals that the Israelis have had for a number of years. The thing that is distinct is not necessarily these weapons. I mean, we as an organization were founded particularly to look at Obama-era sort of so-called precision strikes in contexts like Yemen. I mean, that language, the narrative is all very consistent. The technology is moving forward in all sorts of frightening ways, as we heard from the doctors earlier today. The thing that is distinct is the consistent and intense and frequent use of those weapons, particularly those weapons on tents, on residential homes. So I think, I mean, I can submit information to you afterwards. We also do a lot of kind of identification of munitions, but that's the distinct thing is essentially their use.
One question from, sorry, Niamh.
Just to follow up on that, wouldn't you say that Israel's use of AI and machine learning is a new way of warfare, creating target banks like the Lavender program, the Gospel program, and Where's Daddy program? And have you seen that in any other war zones?
I mean, the Israelis are not the only military that are using AI to assist targeting. We know that, I mean, the Americans did a wave of strikes in Iraq and Syria last year, and they acknowledged that they were using AI in the kind of assisting in the military campaign and target selection. I think the thing that's very difficult to understand is exactly how this new technology is being used, the automation of target selection, how that's being used and where the accountability is, where the oversight is. I think there are a lot of sort of misconceptions around how a particular strike is carried out. There are lots of people involved in making a decision around whether or not a strike is carried out. It's not a kind of entirely automated robotic system. So that means that there is still, you know, an unending room of accountability when it comes to this. I think the thing that we've seen, particularly from the reporting around the use of AI, like the Lavender Where's Daddy program, are the speed and scale of that warfare. And I think the important question for us is not to get distracted necessarily by the use of technology, but to say, how exactly are those strikes being decided upon and who is accountable at the end of the day? And I think that's consistent. I think we're going into a future of warfare where the use of AI to some extent is inevitable. And we just need to be able to, as a society and as a community, be able to hold those militaries to account and ask the right questions and understand those applications in quite some detail.
Thank you for what you've said. Just one quick question. When you've been briefing journalists or ensuring they've got access to stories, information, and so on, do you come across any examples of interference from the host broadcasting company, either back in London or New York or wherever they happen to be, to try to sanitize the news story that has been sent of the reality of what's happening in Gaza?
I mean, we're not sitting in the editorial rooms, so it's really difficult to say. I will say I've spoken to a number of particularly young journalists who are based outside of Gaza in the last couple of years, who have been trying to do story after story, and they haven't always been able to make it up into the front pages or kind of like into the publication pipeline. There are many reasons for that. I think from our perspective, it is this kind of steady chipping away of what is normal in warfare. And I think that's the kind of bigger danger in my sense of how editors are deciding this story versus this story, is this kind of sort of like normalized approach to understanding actually this event. Well, we saw 20 of these events. Why would we report on this one as if it's a news story? And that's the thing that I think has been more worrying from my perspective.
Thank you very much for your contribution and your testimony. We now invite Dr. Natalie Roberts to the floor.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you, sorry. Hi, my name is Dr. Natalie Roberts. So I'm an emergency doctor and the Executive Director of Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF in the UK. MSF is an independent medical humanitarian organisation. We provide medical care to people affected by conflict and violence, epidemics and disasters. We also speak out about what we witness and experience. We've been working in Palestine since 1989. We currently have over 1,000 Palestinian and 40 international staff working in hospitals, clinics, and other facilities in Gaza. I'm going to outline here why we believe genocide is happening in Gaza and how we have tried to alert the UK government about that. Firstly, we are witnessing mass deliberate harm of civilians through killing and injury. The entire population of the Gaza Strip has endured relentless bombardment by Israeli forces for nearly 2 years. They are attacked by Israeli airstrikes, drones, and tanks. Since October 2023, Israeli forces have killed at least 63,000 people, over 18,000 of them children, and a further 150,000 people have been wounded. An estimated 44,000 children are now orphaned in Gaza. These numbers don't begin to cover the full horror, given the number of people missing and yet to be accounted for. This includes Reem Abdulebdeh, a physiotherapist and a member of the board of MSF UK, who we believe was killed alongside her parents and siblings in their house in Khan Yunis in December 2023, when the area came under a massive Israeli ground and air assault. The bodies of her mother and sister were eventually recovered from the rubble in February 2024, but Reem's body has never been found. Reem is one of 12 Palestinian MSF colleagues who have been killed by Israeli forces in Gaza since October 2023. There is no safe space in Gaza today, and Israel's indiscriminate military assault across the entire strip demonstrates that it considers the whole population as a legitimate target. Israeli military actions have repeatedly targeted civilians, with attacks leaving entire neighborhoods in ruins and families wiped out. Since June of this year, we have seen a new method of orchestrating the mass killing of Palestinians: the Israeli and US-led militarized food distribution system known as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF. There is nothing humanitarian about the GHF. Distributions at GHF sites are accompanied by extreme levels of violence and killings of Palestinian men, women, and children who have gone to the sites in the hope of receiving food, only to come under fire from Israeli soldiers. MSF medical teams are treating people with gunshot wounds, barbed wire lacerations, and crush injuries from stampedes sustained whilst trying to receive aid at these GHF distribution sites. Between the 7th of June and the 24th of July this year, in just 2 of our facilities in Gaza, we received 1,380 injured individuals and 28 dead bodies from 2 GHF distribution sites. This represents only a fraction of the total number of people killed and injured at these sites. During that same period, the Ministry of Health in Gaza reported that more than 1,000 people were killed and 7,200 injured while attempting to collect aid. One of them was our colleague, Abdullah Hamad, who was killed on 3rd of July, along with at least 16 people, when they were targeted without warning by Israeli forces as they waited to collect flour from an aid truck in Khan Yunis. Secondly, we are witnessing deliberate mass displacement of the population and the destruction and targeting of the infrastructure essential to support life in Gaza. The IDF has forcibly displaced 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, often giving them only a few hours to evacuate if they receive any warning at all. Gaza, which is smaller than the Isle of Wight, now sees 87% of its 2 million residents crammed into just 12% of its territory, primarily in Al Mawasi, which is an area no larger than Richmond Park in London. People are not given sufficient time to move safely. After countless displacements, many have run out of money and can no longer afford to relocate, and anyway, there is nowhere for them to relocate to. This week, Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, where MSF teams are working, received the dead bodies of at least 9 people, including 5 children, who were killed while trying to collect water in Al Mawasi, which is the area of Gaza that is supposedly designated as a safe zone. All of our MSF colleagues have been displaced multiple times. My colleague, Dr. Mohammed Abu Baghazi, told us, "Before she died, my mother told me death can sometimes be a relief. I didn't understand her at the time, but today, after all I've been through, I do. Displacement is harder than death. I've been forced from my home, stripped of safety, carrying my bag from one destroyed place to another. We endure hunger that eats at our bodies, and a constant fear that drains our minds, and a psychological stress that never stops. It follows us in every breath, every thought, every sound of the night. And then there are the missiles and bombs, the roar as they pass overhead, the whistle tearing through my sky, the dreadful silence before they strike, leaving me to wonder, is it my turn now? Now I know what my mother meant. Death may bring peace, but what I lived through, this hunger, this endless fear, this unrelenting stress, is a pain far beyond death." Through the destruction of vital civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, shelters, schools, food production capacities, and water treatment plants, the Israeli authorities are purposefully and systematically destroying the conditions necessary for Palestinian life in Gaza. On the 25th of August this year, Nasser Hospital was targeted once again in a double airstrike. It's the only partially functioning public hospital in southern Gaza. The attack killed 21 people, including health workers and journalists. One MSF colleague sustained injuries to the side of his chest. Nasser is just one of many hospitals that have been repeatedly hit. Over 1,500 healthcare workers have been killed since October 2023, and hospitals are unable to function under the relentless bombardment. As of the 9th of August, not a single hospital in Gaza is fully functional. Only 18 out of 36 are partially operational. Amongst the humanitarian and healthcare workers killed were Dr. Mohammed Abu Najela and Dr. Ahmed Al-Sahar, MSF doctors who were working in Al-Awda hospital when it was hit by an Israeli strike on the 21st of November 2023. We had repeatedly informed the Israeli authorities that Al-Awda was a working hospital with medical staff and therefore protected under international humanitarian law. Our colleague Ala Al-Shawa, a nurse, was killed on the 18th of November 2023 when a clearly marked MSF convoy came under attack from Israeli forces in Gaza City, despite having authorization to evacuate the area. Ala was shot in the head. His MSF colleagues tried to stop the bleeding, but they were unable to save his life. Israeli raids on hospitals have resulted in the arbitrary detention, torture, and forced disappearances of health workers, including MSF staff. On the 26th of October 2024, during a raid on Kamal Adwan Hospital, MSF surgeon Mohammed Obeid was arrested with 57 others. He is currently held in an Israeli prison. No formal charges have been brought against him. For over 9 months, Dr. Obeid has been completely cut off from his family and from us and has lost significant weight. Medical staff seem to be systematically targeted as one element of the deliberate dismantling of the health system in Gaza. The consequence is that civilians are left without life-saving care. Patients with trauma injuries, chronic diseases, communicable illnesses, malnourished children, and pregnant women are dying from preventable causes. Our medical teams are working under the harshest of conditions with little food for themselves, while they're watching patients die due to the Israeli blockade and bombardment. So finally, we are witnessing a blockade of supplies, and food is being used as a weapon of war. Israel's blockade of Gaza and deliberate obstruction of humanitarian assistance have all but destroyed everything essential for people to meet their basic human needs, turning survival into a daily battle. As Israel controls everything that enters Gaza, the survival of Palestinians in the Strip lies at the mercy of Israeli authorities. On top of that, people are now obliged to seek food at these GHF distribution sites, which are controlled by the Israeli military, who regularly open fire on them, forcing people to choose between starvation or risking their lives for minimal food. By preventing this access to food, as well as choking off access to water, medicines, and humanitarian supplies, Israel has manufactured a situation of famine in Gaza. During the 34 days while the UK Parliament was in recess, the malnutrition rates amongst children under 5 in Gaza tripled. Over 44,000 children are currently enrolled in our therapeutic feeding programs. We're facing overwhelming demand at our 4 outpatient feeding centres across Gaza, and famine has been declared in Gaza. Also, while the UK Parliament was in recess, nearly 4,000 Palestinians were killed and over 16,000 were wounded. Over 2,000 patients underwent surgery with little or no anaesthetic, and nearly 5,000 people were hospitalised with severely limited access to pain relief. Due to the lack of availability of medical supplies and the poor hygiene conditions due to the lack of availability of water, people are suffering from recurrent diarrhoea and they're dying from preventable diseases. Essentially, this is a complete and utter humanitarian disaster, and it is entirely man-made. In summary, I stand by our position that MSF teams in Gaza are witnessing war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide, according to the definition laid out in the Genocide Convention. So we have written 7 letters to the past and current Prime Ministers and Foreign Secretaries of the UK to bear witness to what has been happening in Gaza and to ask about the UK's support of Israel, and to ask that the UK takes action to prevent and punish crimes against humanity and genocide in line with its international commitments. When we have received a reply from a more junior minister, it's very perfunctory, it doesn't acknowledge the gravity of the situation or really acknowledge the gravity of the evidence we're providing. We have not received any response to our latest letters. We provided the UK government a link to a compilation of information and testimonies collected by MSF teams in Gaza between the 7th of October 2023 and the 1st of February 2025, which goes into far more detail than I can in this testimony today. We've also provided them with a copy of our report, compiling frontline testimony from MSF teams who are treating systematic mass casualties from the GHF sites in southern Gaza. And we've been asking for a meeting with the Foreign Secretary for nearly 2 years, but we've still not received an invite to meet. So we can only conclude from our perspective that the UK government doesn't want to acknowledge what we have to say and what we have been seeing. So thank you very much for providing me with the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roberts. We appreciate your time and your very valuable testimony. We would move now to Mr. Benjamin. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. There's a poem by the American poet Mary Oliver called Tecumseh. It's about another genocide, the genocide of the Native American people, and it contains this line: "There is a sickness worse than the risk of death, and that's forgetting what we should never forget." I came across this on the website of the Genocide Scholars Association, who last week added their judgment to the body of lawyers, human rights organizations, who have declared that Israel's actions in Gaza since October 2023 meet the definition of genocide. I quote these words here because part of the work of this tribunal is to add to the historical documentation of these crimes. But this tribunal is, of course, sitting at a moment when the genocide is not ended, and horrifically, incomprehensibly, unimaginably, may be entering its worst and most barbaric stages, with the unfolding famine caused by Israel's imposition of a complete siege on Gaza following its tearing up of the ceasefire in March, and now, of course, exacerbated and worsened by the launch of the intensified military assault on Gaza City as a prelude to the forced removal of every Palestinian to the south, eventually, according to openly declared plans, to be corralled into what can only be described as a concentration camp to be built on the ruins of Rafah, what was described in exactly those terms by the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, all as a prelude, again, to the openly discussed possible mass expulsion of all Palestinians from Gaza. When I came across that poem, I was reminded of some other words I heard spoken many years ago in Trafalgar Square, a PSC rally by the then Palestinian ambassador, Afif Safir. He said this: "Do not make the mistake of presuming in the inevitability of progress. Do not make the mistake of presuming in the certainty of the liberation of the Palestinian people. There is another possible future mapped out for us. It is that we become the Native Americans of the Middle East." He was talking about what Jeff Halper was talking about earlier, Israel's long-standing plan for the complete erasure of the Palestinian people and its possible enactment through mass killing and mass expulsion. I remember when I heard those words, with everything I knew about the driving logic of Zionism and what it had led to, that I did not think it possible, with all the institutionalized infrastructure of human rights and international law, that Israel would be allowed in the 21st century to enact a crime on such a scale. And yet here we are, nearly 2 years in. And as we have heard, more than 63,000 slaughtered, uncounted thousands buried under the rubble, more than 143,000 people injured, and the destruction of all of the infrastructure of life in Gaza. Now, there are others better placed than me to detail the scale and shape of these crimes, including the scale of their human impact. They have all done so throughout the morning in forensic and visceral detail. I, like most of you, have witnessed this from afar. Although Palestinian, I have no family in Gaza, indeed, no family anywhere in historic Palestine. All of my relatives were expelled in 1948 or forced into exile soon after that. So what I've been asked to do today is to say something, echoing Jeff Halper's contribution about how we got here and Britain's role in how we got here. That seems to me to be an essential part of making sure we do not forget what we should not forget. And so we have to address two fundamental truths. The first is that history did not begin on October the 7th, that this genocide is built on the foundations of an incremental genocide, decades old, 76 years of settler colonization, occupation, and apartheid, and imposition across all of historic Palestine, from the river to the sea, of what B'Tselem, in its 2021 report detailing the realities of apartheid, described as a regime of Jewish supremacy existing from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. And the second enduring truth, that this system of oppression could not and has not been sustained without the complicit active support of Western governments, public bodies, companies, and corporations. And we know that British complicity in supporting this regime of oppression extends back over 100 years to that initial support of the Zionist project that led to the Balfour Declaration. Remember the words of Balfour justifying his declaration, that the interests of Zionism were of far profounder import than the desires and prejudices of the 700,000 Arabs who now inhabit that ancient land. It is possible to argue that in all essential elements, British policy towards the Palestinian people since that time has been marked by a continual refusal to acknowledge that fundamental dynamic of racist domination, which was the driving logic of the Zionist project. It endured that complicit support throughout the 18 years following the establishment of the State of Israel, when Palestinian citizens were forced to live under martial law. It has endured throughout the 58 years of illegal occupation of Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and the establishment of illegal colonies across those territories. It has endured through 18 years of blockade on Gaza and periodic brutal military assaults on the territory. It endured even when human rights organizations like Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, and B'Tselem provided comprehensive reports detailing the reality of apartheid across all of historic Palestine. It has endured throughout the horrors we have seen in the live stream genocide over the past 2 years. None of that has been enough to disrupt a policy of enduring support for Israel based on the lie that it is a liberal democratic state which should be treated as an ally rather than a state practicing crimes against humanity, including now the crime of genocide, a state that should be subject to a comprehensive body of sanctions, a state that no one should sell arms to, no one should do business with, no one should cooperate with militarily, politically, diplomatically, until its system of racist oppression has been fully dismantled. And the additional aspect of the policy of successive governments, which has reached a height, or if you prefer, a low in the last 2 years, is to devote energy not just to support for this project of racist oppression, but to active suppression of opposition to it from British citizens. We saw this under previous Tory administrations who attempted to bring in a law to prevent public bodies from making decisions to divest from companies complicit in supporting Israel's crimes. We've seen it over the last 2 years in the unprecedented usage of the Public Order Act to impose conditions upon the national marches that we have been organising, including banning marches on the grotesque basis that they are a threat to the Jewish community if they pass anywhere in the vicinity of a synagogue, and the issuing of charges against leaders of the movement, including myself, for protesting those restrictions. We see it right now in the grotesque decision to designate Palestine Action, a group using non-violent direct action to target Elbit Systems, Israel's leading arms manufacturer, as a terrorist group, and now the farcical spectacle of the arrests of those holding up placards to protest against that prescription. So right now, our urgent task is to end the genocide and to prevent the intended erasure of the Palestinian people. This will not occur without external pressure placed on Israel through the imposition of sanctions, but those sanctions must be directed at not just ending the genocide, but then dismantling the entire structure of apartheid. Within the solidarity movement, we see our ongoing task as building the mass movement required to ramp up pressure on government to impose such sanctions, including a full two-way arms embargo, but also on public bodies and complicit companies and corporations. The stakes really could not be higher. The last 2 years have demonstrated another truth asserted for decades by Palestinian civil society, that their struggle for liberation is integral to all struggles against systems of oppression. Eric Cantona, one of my personal heroes, spoke to this truth recently when he said, if Gaza is lost, then humanity is lost. If this genocide is allowed to unfold to its last stages, or even if stopped, if Israel's system of racist domination continues to be supported, then the wider struggles against the far rights and their doctrines of ethno-nationalism, the battle for the preservation of any system of international law, and the battle to preserve fundamental democratic freedoms, including the right to protest, will also be irreparably damaged, if not lost forever.
Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you, Ben, for that very, very powerful contribution and the way you've put it to the inquiry this morning. Thank you for taking part. In your long experience of campaigning, do you believe that public opinion is now better informed and more focused on the issues of Palestine and Gaza, or do you feel that it's going in the other direction?
I would say it is significantly better informed, and particularly over the last 2 years. And I mean, Jeff Holper talked about this when he talked about the stages of implementing a system of racist domination. And part of that is narrative control. And part of that is convincing people to regard what is happening as something normal, to regard Israel as a liberal democratic state. I think what people have witnessed over the last 2 years has fundamentally shifted their understanding of that narrative. And that, to me, is what has fueled what has been unprecedented waves of solidarity globally, specifically here in the UK, not just manifested in the demonstrations which have been of unprecedented size and duration, but in the energy that people have been putting into campaigns calling for public bodies to divest, the energy people have been putting into campaigns targeting complicit companies like Barclays, and we're also seeing the impact of all of that. The horrendous paradox at the moment is there is a fundamental shift in public opinion. In all sorts of ways, Israel is more isolated in a court of global public opinion than it has ever been, but none of that has been enough to shift the dynamics of governmental behavior, and that has enabled this genocide to continue.
I think it's finished now. This is the end of this session now. We're going to resume at exactly 1 o'clock, so that's in 35 minutes' time when Francesca Albanese will be giving evidence. Just to let you know that there are over 12,000 people following the proceedings this morning online. And if you think of that as a public inquiry in any hall in London, there's no hall in London that could take that number of people. So that's the degree of interest in what we're doing here today. Could I say an enormous thank you to all those that have given evidence this morning, the power of it, the clarity of it, and the information that's there. is an enormous help in the kind of strength of the report that we wish to produce at the end of it. So thank you very much to every single one of those that have made the contribution this morning. So we'll adjourn until 1 o'clock. Thank you. technical arrangements. I want to now welcome Tarek Abu Azoum, who's an Al Jazeera English correspondent based in Khan Yunis in Gaza, one of the very few journalists reporting daily from inside the enclave, documenting the humanitarian crisis and concerns over genocide. His frontline coverage has highlighted civilian suffering, overwhelmed hospitals, and the risk faced by Palestinian journalists who continue to report despite personal loss and danger. So I look forward to hearing his evidence now. Thank you, Tarek, for coming on to our inquiry today. If you could present your evidence now, I'd be most grateful.
Well, thank you so much for having me in this significant tribunal, which has been seen as a necessary step to draw general light about the ongoing genocide in Gaza that has been ongoing for more than 22 months. And I'd like to seize this opportunity to deliver a message of gratitude and deep appreciation from the people of Gaza to all British people who have been protesting, demonstrating, raising awareness about genocide, saying, I have been told by people here to tell everyone there that you protest, your voice is heard and seen from the heart of the genocide in Gaza. And basically what has happened to Gaza journey over the past 22 months, nothing short of the deliberate dismantling of society, the systematic erasure of an entire population that has been really battered. What began as a military operation under the pretext of security has developed and increased into one of the most documented and public acts of destruction seen in modern history. We saw entire towns and villages being destroyed, significant portions of agricultural land being grazed by Israeli troops, and massive portions of civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, electricity and water networks have been critically destroyed in light of the ongoing Israeli genocidal acts here on the ground. And apparently Gaza is no longer an active, although it's a laboratory of collective punishment. And it's worth mentioning that figures and statistics that are coming out of Gaza are really staggering, but they fail to capture the depth of human loss. I personally saw entire generations being buried under the rubble of their destroyed homes and buildings. Entire lands have been destroyed by the Israeli military. I saw also families being wiped out completely in an airstrike. Within seconds, nobody left to report about what happened exactly in that area. And as I'm talking to you right now, there is a huge Israeli military operation taking place in Gaza. And just a few seconds ago, the Israeli military struck multiple residential buildings in a Tofah neighborhood, which is located in the eastern part of Gaza City. The initial death toll that we have got where 6 Palestinians were killed and over 50 others being wounded, and they remain, I think, under the rubble. This is a part of what has been taking place here in Gaza. And if we just take a look on the general sentiment and the general conditions people are going through, we can see on the ground that displacement is near total. Every surviving Gaza is really becoming a refugee once again, living in overcrowded shelters and damaged buildings and inside makeshift camps under scorching heat, struggling to find water or any sort of energy. And we can see that famine in the street is no longer a threat, it has become a lived reality. People are spending their entire time looking for food, lining up in front of the soup kitchens to get their hands on food supplies, or resting their lives by making difficult journeys and rescuing to the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid centers, either to be killed, shot, and sustaining life-changing injuries. So apparently what has been taking place in Gaza for the first time in history is genocide that has been screamed still ongoing till now. Palestinians, almost with nothing but with their smartphones, have been documenting and becoming the tellers of their own plight and genocide. But the huge visibility genocide has gained since its onset back in October 2023 has not been translated into accountability. But on the other hand, it exposed the huge moral failure of the international system. But what has been taking place on the ground was not even be known for the international viewers without the courageous work of journalists who have been working in one of the worst places seen on earth in modern history, where they have been moving from one front line to another, trying to navigate through, trying to hear the plight of people, to document their repeated displacement, the violent civil destruction, and the unwilling campaign that is still effectively taking place in Gaza without any sort of respite. Journalists here in Gaza are witnesses, survivors, and targets themselves. Israel, as everyone knows, has killed since genocide began over 247 journalists. Many of them were killed while trying to document Israel's atrocities. Others were killed inside their temporary shelters along with their family members, while those who remain steadfast on the ground are still determined to continue this humanitarian and vital work to keep information leaving Gaza, because without Palestinian journalists, truth will not be unearthed or even discovered. We understand that as well as still banning the entry of international media outlets. This is another evidence that the truth must be completely covered here in Gaza, but the absence of international media outlets is also a method that Israel has been using over the past months in order to prevent the full picture from coming out from the strip. Local journalists on the ground have been doing extraordinary work to keep reporting what's been happening, despite all technical challenges that they have been facing on the ground. You know, we are currently operating from hospitals in order to get some sort of advantage of electricity and water services provided there. And that's why even these areas have turned recently to be some sort of mass displacement shelters for families who have left everything behind them. They have nowhere else to turn. And till now, what we can see is a continuation of the brutality that is unfolding day in, day out, and it's getting worse as the time passes. It's also important to let our international viewers understand a huge and important reality that Gaza is no longer the place that we used to know. This area has turned into a lifeless wasteland. Significant towns and villages have been completely, right now, been under the Israeli control. And such kind of operations are not designed only to meet some sort of military objectives being set by the Israeli military, but it also creates some sort of deterrent environment to push people out of the strip, to relocate them in neighboring countries. It has been quite seen by the statements and conferences made by extremist figures in the current Israeli Prime Minister's government about the intention to reoccupy Gaza and to relocate Palestinians in other parts of the world. So this has been by huge acts of defiance from local civilians. And as I'm talking to you right now, I've got testimonies from civilians in Gaza City describing some sort of unprecedented humanitarian and security conditions. They are living just a few meters away from active war zones. They are moving from one red zone to another. And even if they decided to leave Gaza City, they will move to an area that has been classified apparently as safe zone by the Israeli military, but they realize completely that nowhere in Gaza safe. Hundreds of people were killed in areas that were marked by the Israeli military as safe humanitarian zones, like Al Mawaqi area, which is only a few kilometers away from where I am at the moment. And people understand that there is no any kind of guarantee given for them regarding their safety. So that's why Gaza is still an active epicenter for bloodshed, for repeated atrocities, and people are still living one of the worst nightmares ever. They say that for us, survival is not about just living the next day. It's about how you can get food, get water, just to live the next hour. But it's a matter of a chance, not just for planning for tomorrow. So all of this that I'm sharing with you right now, I location in Gaza without any kind of warning. It
Tarek.
has created and really taking a huge psychological responsibility. That's a tiny part of the reality that is unfolding in Gaza.
Tarek, thank you very, very much for that very powerful statement, and wish safety to all your colleagues in Al Jazeera for the work that you're doing in Gaza, and our sympathies to the large number of colleagues that you've lost in the war. And so please pass that on to the families of the colleagues, if you would, please. Thank you very, very much for your submission to our inquiry today.
Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. Thank you. We now have to take evidence from Francesca Albanese, who I believe is coming online in one moment. Francesca is, of course, the UN rapporteur for the occupied territories and has done indefatigable work in pursuing her mission, and has recently been prevented from entering the United States in order to present her evidence there. So she's having to do it all on Zoom. And so, Francesca, if I could welcome you to the Gaza Tribunal, which we're holding today here in London. I know you're under incredible pressure and very, very busy, so we're very, very grateful for you for coming online and for the work that you do. So if you want to make your statement and presentation now, that would be excellent. Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for having me and having my testimony at the Gaza Tribunal. I'm really sorry that I can't be with you in person at Church House. And at the same time, it's a great pleasure to be with you online because it's a very important occasion. And I want to thank from the bottom of my heart Jeremy Corbyn for making my participation possible, and also more broadly for initiating this tribunal by calling for an independent inquiry into UK involvement in Gaza, as well as to the Peace and Justice Project for their immense work in bringing it together. I think that this is an example that should be followed in every country where the government appears not to have taken enough measures to prevent the crimes that have been committed in Gaza and in the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, to say the least, because we might learn, in fact, that it's not just mere abstention from action, but there might be active complicity in what Israel has been doing. And I also want to thank each of you present for lending your time, voices, and expertise to this urgent and vital demand for justice and accountability, reminding us that justice ultimately derives its legitimacy from people's conscience and our collective insistence that the law be upheld. I would like to take you now to the legal framework that, as the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territory, I've been invited to deliver a testimony on. This is about the legal obligations of the British government vis-à-vis the situation in Gaza but also the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Ordinarily, I would put the situation on the ground in the OPT at the center and squarely in all our minds before turning to the legal analysis. However, in the interest of time, I skipped this part on the understanding that many Palestinian experts and comrades have preceded me, so I will turn directly on the legal issues, skipping the facts. What I often say is that Palestine today is a crime scene. As I have laid out in my most recent report presented to the Human Rights Council in July 2025 on corporate complicity, and as I will be made clear in my upcoming report to the General Assembly in October on third state responsibilities, when we consider the legal obligations of states, it's critical to understand that we are not talking about occasional and isolated violations of human rights and certain matters of improper conduct. but rather we are facing a long-standing structural system of widespread and systemic oppression and exploitation against the Palestinians that has turned genocidal at the hands of Israel, and Israel wouldn't have been able to do with what it has been doing and transforming an unlawful occupation into a genocide, into the theater of a genocide, without the active support of far too many states. For decades, the violations Israel has committed against the Palestinian people have been clear, increasing, and compounding. Most critical among them, the systematic denial of the Palestinians' right to self-determination, which, as the word itself says, means that the Palestinians have to determine themselves, by themselves, politically, economically, etc., without other people, being Israel, the US, the UK, or others, the European Union, telling them what they should be doing and doing within the little territory that remains to them to exist as an independent state. And of course, there is also the concurrent annexation of the territory through the unlawful use of force while sustained through an apartheid system. This is what the Palestinians are confronted with every day. Each of these violations goes to the very foundations of international law, constituting jus cogens, norms, and as such attract obligations upon states to ensure these violations are brought to an end. In other words, states, including the United Kingdom, have been on notice for decades of their obligations, and they have not acted accordingly. They have an obligation to help realize the right of self-determination of the Palestinians. They have an obligation to respect and ensure respect of international humanitarian law, and they have miserably failed this mission. Instead, business with Israel has continued as normal. As when I say business, I intend business as proper, but also research, arms trade, intelligence exchange, and political support that has worked as covert for Israel's crimes and other violations of international law, including human rights violations. Now, this situation of illegality has been unequivocally confirmed by the International Court of Justice in its landmark opinion of 19th of July 2024, through which the entire presence of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory has been declared illegal on the basis of the sustained and serious violations of three jus cogens principles just mentioned: protection of the right of self-determination, prohibition of acquisition of territory by force, hence prohibition of annexation, and prohibition of maintaining an apartheid and racial segregation-informed regime. The court has said that the occupation must be dismantled in its entirety, and states have undertaken that this must occur no later than September 17. It is a few weeks from now, according to General Assembly Resolution 10/24. Among the obligations that the court laid out for third state was the need, quote, abstain from entering into economic or trade dealings with Israel concerning the occupied Palestinian territory or part thereof, end of quote. And, quote, to take steps to prevent trade or investment relations that assist in the maintenance of the illegal situation created by Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, end of quote. And this is paragraph 278 of the of the ICJ advisory opinion. I must emphasize here the issue of distinction, differentiation between Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory that frankly has consumed endlessly the political discourse, and I'm saying it's almost irrelevant at this point. Compliance with these obligations need to concretely consider the fact that the court recognized that Israel's intention is to acquire sovereignty over the occupied Palestinian territory, and it's building infrastructure to integrate the settlements, the colonies within Israeli territory. In practice, this means that there is no meaningful distinction with the territory of Israel. In practice, this means that, as I demonstrated in my last report, the state of Israel does not distinguish these territories. It has an entire infrastructure of rails, water in pipelines, electricity grid, and roads on top of the financial aid and the political measures that are taken to set up the companies. So it has an entire infrastructure and economy that is designed to displace and replace the Palestinian people. Here, I urge you to take time to consider the evidence I produced in my last report that lays out the integrated nature of all the sectors with this driving force of settler colonialism in what I call Israel's economy of occupation that has turned into an economy of genocide. Legally, this creates a requirement on states like the UK to seize all trade, all investment, all economic relations with the state of Israel. All ties with Israel must be cut. This is what it means to comply with international law, and obligations to ensure that third parties, corporations, charities, individuals, not to engage with Israel either, including universities. Alongside this, the court has issued provisional measure orders in January 2024, reinforced by 2 subsequent sets of provisional measures, and made explicit comments to third states in the matter of Nicaragua versus Germany concerning the risk of irreparable harm to the right of the Palestinian people under the Convention, as well as other violations of international law. Minimum, these measures put all states, including the UK, on notice of their duty to prevent genocide and the risk of complicity in genocide and other international crimes and serious violation of international law in case of non-compliance. With the issuance of the arrest warrants, all the more for senior Israeli leadership by the International Criminal Court, these obligations and risks have been further confirmed. Again, I want to pause here to emphasize the issue of distinction. The International Court of Justice, in its order for provisional measures, doesn't make a distinction between specific conduct that is genocidal and not. Such a distinction is arbitrary. It is Israel's entire use of force in the Gaza Strip and the occupied Palestinian territory broadly that risks to be genocidal or otherwise criminal in nature, and states must act accordingly. To put it very simply, there is no good Israel and bad Israel according to which side of the green line the ties have an effect in. It is the state of Israel that is committing crimes that must cease. It is therefore the state of Israel as a whole which must be addressed and see
Francesca, we seem to be having trouble with the technical here. You went offline for a bit there.
Of all ties and relations, otherwise they go in their crimes. Now, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but it comes and goes.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
No.
I think we only lost you for a few seconds, so if you can repeat the last point you made.
Yes, absolutely. I was saying that the Court of Justice refers to the fact that it's Israel's entire, it's an important point, so I want to restate it. It's Israel's entire use of force in the Gaza Strip and the occupied Palestinian territory broadly that risks to be genocidal or criminal in nature, and states must act accordingly. There is no good Israel and bad Israel according to which side of the green line the ties have with the, for example, with the UK government have an effect into. It is the state of Israel as a whole, that as a state that is committing crimes that must cease. Therefore, it is the state of Israel as a whole which must be addressed. Imagine today to be discussing, does the UK have faced responsibility, liability, or complicity in case of connection, military support, exchange of intelligence with apartheid South Africa in 1990? or 1991, 1992, would the UK have today relations with South Africa before the end of the apartheid? Well, depending on the answer, we would assess the responsibility and the lack of compliance with international law of the UK, and same thing with Israel. So the core international rulings and actions that I've referred to must also inform the more specific obligations by which the UK is bound. Most relevantly, the UN Arms Trade Treaty, which prohibits the transfer of arms to be used in breach of the Genocide Convention, the Geneva Conventions, among others. The frequent use of arms in the commission of great breaches of international humanitarian law, for example, violence by Israeli forces, soldiers, or Israeli settlers against Palestinian civilians, and the above-mentioned legal context lead to the conclusion that nothing short of a full arms embargo on Israel will suffice for the UK to start meeting its legal obligation. Finally, as a state party to the Rome Statute, the UK must comply with ICC requests for arrest and surrender of indicted individuals found in its territory as per Article 89 of the Rome Statute. This obligation fits into the UK's broader obligation under Article 86 of the Statute to cooperate with the ICC. And given ICC's arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Gallant, the UK is legally obliged to surrender these Israeli officials to the ICC, but also to initiate its own proceedings against people who might be responsible for crimes. I conclude by saying all this creates a situation in which the retention of ties by the UK with Israel is unacceptable. The longer the UK retains these ties, the more it contributes to legitimizing and normalizing the illegal and the festering of impunity. This failure to abide by long-standing international obligations alone might be sufficient to establish a case for criminal complicity in the actions of Israel. Indeed, lesser conduct, such as presence and moral support, has been found to meet the criminal threshold for complicity for individuals before international tribunals. And with this, I conclude, and I thank you very much. I'm sorry if there were some technical glitches.
Thank you very much, Francesca, for your contribution and your very important testimony here. Just a quick question in relation to the effect of the UK's non-compliance with international law on the whole system of international law. Of course, its compliance along with its other allies. What does this mean for the international legal system that we have now?
Well, there are, unfortunately, I will only have the possibility to answer this question, then I need to disconnect. But look, the answer can be given very briefly on two levels. First of all, government officials can be held individually responsible if found complicit of crimes, those who have authorized the continuation of economic ties with Israel, trade that they might have contributed to the commission of crimes, and arms trades, arms transfer, but also intelligence exchange. But also there is something broader besides the UK itself, is that by not protecting the international law-based order, somewhat the UK has contributed to its disfigurement and its erosion, which is something that frankly puts all of us in a situation of fragility and vulnerability to illegality. We have entered a phase where might makes right, and none of us has anything to gain from it. Thank you very much for having me.
We thank you for your contribution.
Francesca, thank you very much indeed and thank you for all the work that you do for the people of Palestine.
Thank you. Bye. Good luck to you.
I will introduce now our next three witnesses. The first one is Dr. Ralph Wild, who is an academic specializing in public international law. He is a member of the Faculty of Laws at the University College of London, where his research focuses on international legal framework governing armed conflict, human rights, in the administration of territory by international organizations. He has published widely and served as an expert on expert bodies, including the International Law Association. Following Ralph, Paula Gavira Betancourt is a Colombian human rights lawyer and advocate. She was appointed United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights of Internally Displaced Persons in 2022. Previously, she directed Colombia's Victims Unit following the country's 2011 victim law and served as the presidential advisor on human rights, leading national reconciliation and reparation efforts. And the last witness for this panel will be Pedro Arroyo Agudo. He's a Spanish physicist, economist, and environmentalist. He's a professor at the University of Zaragoza and has worked on water policy and sustainability. In 2020, he was appointed the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights to Safe Drinking Water and Sanitation. Ralph, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be here. I'm Ralph Wild. I'm Professor of International Law at University College London. And an area of my academic work is the subject of Palestine and international law, on which I published in the Palestine Yearbook of International Law and the Journal of the History of International Law. Some time ago, I served as legal advisor to the EU and DFID-funded expert body to the PLO peace negotiators on internationalization and trusteeship being considered then for a peace agreement, based on my book on those practices implemented in other places in the world. I later worked as a legal advisor to the Palestinian human rights NGOs Al-Haq Palestine, Al-Haq Europe, and the Jerusalem Consortium on Human Rights. Last year, at the nomination of Al-Haq Palestine and the State of Palestine, I represented the 22 states of the League of Arab States in the advisory opinion case about the illegality of Israel's occupation of the Palestinian Gaza Strip and West Bank, including East Jerusalem, the occupied Palestinian territory, the OPT, before the International Court of Justice, the ICJ. This year, I represented Bolivia in the current advisory opinion case before the same court on the legal rights of states and international organizations to enter and be present in the OPT to support the Palestinian people, and later served as legal counsel to Bolivia at the emergency meeting of the Hague Group of States in Bogota, Colombia. Last year, I also represented the Arab League and the Palestinian Human Rights Commission in the Palestine case before the International Criminal Court, and the Gaza-based Palestine Center for Human Rights, NGO, writing its submission included in South Africa's submission in the current genocide case against Israel before the ICJ. I speak today in an individual capacity only. In last year's advisory opinion, the ICJ adopted the position I advanced on behalf of the Arab League based on my academic publications, affirming a profound shift of approach to the situation in the OPT compared to that taken by Israel and most Western states, including the UK, aligning things with the approach taken by the State of Palestine and many states of the global majority. The court ruled that the Israeli presence in the OPT is illegal not only in its conduct, but also in its very existence. This landmark ruling was subsequently affirmed by a large majority of states in the General Assembly. As I argued and the court held, the Israeli presence in the OPT is illegal as a violation of the legal right of the self-determination of the Palestinian people and the legal prohibition on annexation of territory through the use of force. As a result, it must end as rapidly as possible. As I argued for Bolivia before the court in this year's advisory opinion, a necessary implication of the ruling that Israel's presence is illegal is that Israel lacks any entitlement to do anything in the OPT on whatever basis. In consequence, everything it does there is illegal, not just its abusive and genocidal treatment of the Palestinian people, which is also illegal, as serious violations of international humanitarian law and violations of the prohibition of torture and inhuman degrading treatment, racial discrimination generally, and apartheid in particular, crimes against humanity and genocide. This also means that Israel has no legal right to decide who can enter and be present in the OPT, nor to restrict what those present can do. The fundamental character of the legal rules violated by Israel in maintaining the occupation means that all states, including the UK, bear special legal obligations to suppress these violations. These obligations are entirely separate from and more extensive than the duties that the UK and other states also have to suppress the violations of international law in Israel's abusive treatment and genocidal treatment of the Palestinian people. They are also much more fundamental and wide-ranging, since they concern the presence in the OPT in and of itself as a general matter. What I'll say about these obligations is explained in full in an expert legal opinion I wrote for the Palestinian NGO Al-Haq Europe, based on the submissions I made for the Arab League in last year's ICJ case, and the adoption of those positions by the court and endorsement by the General Assembly. The legal opinion can be found on the website of Al-Haq Europe in the Research and Publications section. Legally, all states, including the UK, must do three things. First, take all positive steps within their power to bring Israel's illegal presence in the OPT to an end. This requires full spectrum sanctions against Israel and Israeli individuals. Second, not to recognize the illegal presence as lawful. Third, not to aid or assist in maintaining the illegal presence. This is distinct from the more generally applicable, narrowly relevant rule from the international law of state responsibility, which covers violations of international law generally, where all states must not help illegality by other states when the purpose for the help is to enable that illegality. Here, the issue is different. It is more simply an obligation not to aid or assist if that would enable the illegal presence to be maintained. Whether or not the intent behind this aid or assistance is to support illegality is irrelevant. The links between the Israeli presence in the OPT, on the one hand, and so-called Israel proper, on the other, the economy, society, military, natural resources, culture, tourism, education, etc., are multifaceted and inextricable. In consequence, it's impossible to disaggregate relations with the Israeli state and Israeli private actors to somehow identify discrete matters not linked to the presence in the OPT. Consequently, implementing the suppression obligations requires the UK and all other states to address Israel as a general matter. So with arms and intelligence sharing, the UK and other states mustn't provide any support to Israel whatsoever, not just support that might end up being used to commit serious violations of the laws of war, crimes against humanity, or genocide, since any support given is going to end up one way or another supporting the existence of the occupation. Likewise, given how the economic dimensions of the Israeli presence in the OPT are inextricably linked to the Israeli economy generally, the UK and other states must adopt a complete trade embargo against Israel as a general matter, including but not at all limited to an embargo of settlement products. Despite last year's ICJ ruling and its affirmation by the UN General Assembly, there is still a denial about, or at least a refusal to acknowledge, these fundamental legal issues on the part of many states, including the UK. Both the existential illegality of the occupation and what this means for their behavior. Even the current focus on genocide, which is, of course, vital, if conducted in isolation from the bigger picture, obscures the fact that even if Israel were not committing a genocide and other legal breaches in its conduct in the OPT, its presence would still be a breach of fundamental legal rules, and the UK and other states would still bear the fundamental legal duties to bring these breaches to an end. With the duty of non-recognition, then, what is needed is a profound shift of emphasis from non-recognition of the legality of certain conduct only, such as criticizing settlement expansion as illegal, to also non-recognition of the legality of the presence itself. This includes then a duty not to recognize as valid Israel's justifications for that presence. Obviously, annexation, but also including self-defense. Any state, including the UK, asserting that Israel has a right to be present in any or part of the OPT, including Gaza, on the basis of a right of self-defense, breaches this duty of non-recognition. The time is long overdue for all states, including the UK, to face up to the exceptional character of Israel's violations of fundamental legal obligations in maintaining its presence in the OPT, and the exceptional character of the consequential legal duty that they have to suppress this. Legally, they are not disinterested bystanders, free to pick or choose whether and to what extent they address the illegality of the presence. They are required to act, and in doing so, must be comprehensive. There's an urgent legal duty to depart from partial, selective, tokenistic, and sometimes entirely symbolic gestures and statements to concrete, effective, and comprehensive action. I'll say one final thing about the current situation in Gaza. Because Israel's presence in the OPT is in and of itself illegal, and two key consequences are, first, that Israel has no right to decide who can enter and be present there, and second, that all states, including the UK, have a duty to act to bring the violations of international law involved in Israel's presence to an end. One way that the UK and other states can discharge this duty is to seek the permission of the representatives of the Palestinian people to send a protective presence into the OPT, including but not limited to the Gaza Strip, and to escort the entry by others to provide urgent relief. So-called humanitarian intervention is intervention in a state against the wishes of the government of that state. This would not be that. Israel is not sovereign in the OPT, and its wishes are of no legal significance. if the necessary Palestinian consent were given, this would by itself be sufficient as a legal basis for such action. Endorsement by the United Nations General Assembly would be politically helpful, but legally unnecessary. Thank you.
Dr. Wild, thank you so much for that testimony. I know you have to rush, so I have one question only for you. Given the OCJ ruling on the illegality of the occupation, and given what you've told us today, what about British citizens that are living in the West Bank today? And what about non-citizens that want to come and visit the UK? Are the first group, are they carrying out a crime just by living there? And as British citizen, can be brought to justice here in the UK? And two, are we, the UK, offering entry to people that are carrying out a crime by living in the West Bank, Jewish citizens?
The UK has a positive duty to take action in relation to all people within its jurisdiction, citizens and non-citizens alike, and also corporate entities, to ensure that those actors do not take action that in any way supports or benefits from the illegality of Israel's presence in the OPT. So that means a positive duty to regulate the conduct of these non-state actors insofar as that is possible, including, if necessary, through sanctions, through criminal sanction. And that would include, therefore, taking positive action to prevent anyone in the UK's jurisdiction, and British citizens in particular, from taking any action in the OPT, whether it is indeed living on stolen Palestinian land or serving in the Israeli military.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We will now have Paula. Is she?
I think it's on Zoom.
On Zoom?
Paula on Zoom.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, here she is. Yes, the floor is yours, please. 7-8 minutes.
Thank you.
We hear you. You can speak.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I cannot see you, but okay. So good evening, and thank you for inviting me to speak at this critical moment in history. We are here because the law demands it and because humanity demands it. International law is unambiguous. An occupying power may displace civilians only under the most exceptional circumstances. That is, when it is strictly necessary for civilian safety or imperative military reasons. Absent these conditions, the forced displacement of civilians is no longer a security measure. It is a crime against humanity under the Rome Statute. And today in Gaza and across the occupied Palestinian territories, this law is being shattered in full view of the world. Since the 18th of March this year, more than 856,000 Palestinians have been forced from their homes, almost 2 million since October 2023. In the last 2 months alone, 120,000 more people were uprooted. We have heard testimonies of families displaced 15 times or more, 15 times or more. Children bombed while sheltering in schools and hospitals, elderly people with nowhere left to go. And let us be clear, this is not evacuation for safety. 80% of Gaza's infrastructure is gone, flattened. Israel claims to be upholding humanitarian principles of necessity and proportionality are simply unsubstantiated. And look at the facts. 86% of Gaza is under Israeli displacement orders or militarized control. The remaining 12%, the only land where civilians can go, is overcrowded, cut off from aid, and under constant threat. Since May 2025, at least 2,000 civilians have been killed while seeking food or water. Among the 60,000 dead and more, at least 18,000 children, 500 humanitarian workers, 326 UN staff. And killing the hungry while destroying the lifelines meant to keep them alive can only be one thing: a systematic attempt to dismantle civilian life. And when Israel proposes the so-called humanitarian cities on the Egyptian border, cities with no food, no water, no safety, we must name this plainly. It is an attempt to push Palestinians from their homeland, not to protect them within it. The scale of the mass displacement in Gaza today clearly reminds us of the exodus the Palestinians endured in 1948, and it has gone well beyond imaginable. But this displacement pattern is not confined to Gaza. In the West Bank, particularly Jenin and Tulkar, over 40,000 Palestinians have been displaced since early 2025, adding to the ones displaced since 23. More than 1,200 people, including 607 children, have been forced from their homes under demolition orders. And these demolitions are often based on accusations of an alleged lack of Israeli-issued building permits for Palestinians impossible to receive. So we see entire neighborhoods demolished, entire communities erased, and this is not random. It is not incidental. It is systemic. As my fellow Special Rapporteur, Francesca Albanese, just said, we are facing a long-standing structural oppression against the Palestinian people. The immense scale of destruction to both human life and critical infrastructure not only deepens the humanitarian crisis, it also strengthens the case for accountability under international law. Under international human rights law, states bear the primary responsibility to respect, to protect, and fulfill the rights of all individuals within their jurisdiction or effective control. Where grave or systematic violations occur, such as arbitrary displacement, states may be held accountable. As an occupying power, Israel is bound by international humanitarian law as well. In Darfur, Sudanese leaders were indicted for displacement and the denial of humanitarian aid. These acts were framed within the broader charges of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. In the Balkans, Serbian leaders faced charges for the deportation and forcibly transfer of civilians. The International Criminal Court and the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia made it clear that such actions are not military strategies. These are crimes against humanity. Israel's actions continue not because the law is silent, but because too many states remain silent. States that supply weapons, knowing how they will be used. States that offer economic and diplomatic cover while suppressing the voices of their own citizens who speak up, speak out. But international law is not to be twisted again and again. The Geneva Conventions require states to respect and to ensure respect for international humanitarian law. That means stopping arms transfers when there is a clear risk of serious violations, cooperating to end grave breaches of the law, holding perpetrators accountable before international courts. The protection of the Palestinian civilian population is a shared responsibility of the international community. So today I call the international community, and particular states, halt immediately the armed transfers that fuel these crimes, protect Palestinian civilians with meaningful international action, not empty statements, ensure accountability for those responsible under international law. To conclude, let me remind us of the UN Human Rights Council Resolution 5530 of 2024, which reaffirmed the Palestinian people's permanent and unqualified right of self-determination, including the right to live in freedom, justice, and dignity, and the right to their independent state of Palestine. History will ask what we did when civilians were starved, displaced, and slaughtered before the world's eyes. And let me be clear, doing nothing, saying nothing in the face of genocide is not neutrality, is complicity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paula. That was very insightful on the displacement of the Palestinians in Gaza and on the creation of 86% of Gaza as a militarized zone where they cannot be present. Due to time constraints, we must continue now with our last speaker for this panel. I invite Pedro online if can you hear us, Pedro? We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Are you muted? What?
During more than 50 years of blockade, the crowded population of Gaza with 1.2 million inhabitants, whom 1.7 are refugees, who were violently expelled from their land homes years ago, was forced to pump 30 times more water than the equivalent replenish to meet basic needs. As a result, there has been intense salinization of groundwater due to marine intrusion. Furthermore, during this time, Israel blocked 70% of the materials needed to build sanitation stations, considering them to be dual-use. As a result, inadequate sanitation led to untreated sewage being discharged, contaminating the groundwater with fecal matter. In this context, until the start of the war, the only sources of drinking water were 3 large desalination plants operated irregularly due to power cuts imposed by Israel and the sale of a limited amount of water by the Israeli public company Mekorot. In short, until the start of the war, the Strip had a drinking water supply that met only the needs of around 50% of the population. For this reason, as UN rapporteur, in my report to the UN General Assembly just before the war began, I denounced the violation of the human rights to drinking water and sanitation in the Strip for a large part of its population. Israel, as the occupying power, exercised and continued to exercise controls over the airspace, territorial waters, land borders crossing, water supply, electricity networks, electromagnetic spectrum, and civil infrastructure in general in Gaza, and is therefore directly responsible for this degradation of human rights in the Strip. When the war began, members of the government and senior army commanders declared clearly, directly, that they would cut off water, food, and medicines. And that is what they did, and they are doing. The power cut caused and continues to cause the collapse of the desalination and sanitation plants that were in operation. In addition, 90% of water and sanitation facilities have been destroyed or severely damaged by bombing or blasting, including water wells, reservoirs, pipelines, irrigation, sewage stations, desalination units, treatment facilities, using, in fact, water as a weapon of war in clear violation of the 4th Geneva Convention. As rapporteur, I have received numerous a lot of reports of deliberate attacks against water personnel and humanitarian workers, which have also been reported and documented in what can be considered a deliberate attempt to prevent reparations. As a result, 100% of sewage, around 130,000 cubic meters of wastewater are being discharged daily into the environment, infiltrating into the aquifer. In November 2023, in some of the most overcrowded shelters in the south of Gaza, there was only one toilet per 600 internally displaced persons, and little to no running water. It is projected that the situation today is much worse, with most people not having access to a toilet, making open defecation the only option. Women and girls, as you can imagine, bear a disproportionately heavy burden. As limited wash facilities compromise menstrual hygiene and health, heightening risks of infection and social exclusion. Tens of thousands of women have given birth in the midst of this hell, in inhumane conditions, and without the means to feed their babies later. It is estimated right now that there are currently more than 60,000 pregnant women in Gaza. The population has access to an average of 5 liters of water per person per day, as a mean, and lately even less. Furthermore, access is irregular and it depends on the tanker trucks that Israel allows through. The WHO establishes a minimum of 15 liters per person per day in extreme emergency situations. But the most serious problem is that this scarce water available is often salinated and contaminated with fecal matter. A few months ago, the UNICEF reported more than 70,000 cases of diarrhea per week in children under the age of 5, with severe dehydration, and also dysentery, bloody diarrhea, serious kidney failures, and even cases of smallpox and polio due to contaminated water. All of this in a situation of famine, extreme weakness, and without medicine or medical care, leads in many cases, especially in children and babies, to death. Cutting off drinking water and food is a real, silent bomb. Silent but lethal. In February 2024, Israel confirmed that its troops were flooding the underground tunnels with seawater, aggravating the salinization of the aquifer, rendering it unusable for years to come, even after the war ends. All these actions pursued by Israel could amount a pattern of conduct deliberately inflicting on the group condition of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, as mentioned in the Convention on the Prevention of and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, Article 2. The military strategy in place and many of these actions not only violate the occupying powers' obligations under Article 56 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, but also amount to a form of collective punishment expressly prohibited by customary international humanitarian law and envisaged as a war crime under Article 8 of the Rome Statute. As stated above, deprivation of access to food, including drinking water and medicine, is considered extermination, which is a crime against humanity clearly defined in Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. Finally, Article 2 of the Genocide Convention prohibits acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, including deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Every day we witness a flood of testimonies and evidence substantiating the essence of a genocide that we cannot ignore. Thank you very much.
You've got 15 minutes to wet your whistle. Is that okay? I'm not going to put it to the vote anyway.
what has Britain's role been in Gaza. And for this part of our inquiry, we will be welcoming the testimonies of Katie Fallon, who's the advocacy manager at the Campaign Against the Arms Trade, CAT, which campaigns against the global arms trade and the UK's role within it. She previously worked at Reporters Without Borders UK and for the Irish Department of Foreign Affairs in London and New York. We are also honoured to welcome Richard Bergen, MP. Richard Bergen is the British politician who has served as a Member of Parliament for Leeds East since 2015, a member of the Labour Party. He was a Shadow Secretary of State for Justice and Shadow Lord Chancellor in Jeremy Corbyn's Shadow Cabinet from 2016 to 2020. And I believe that Jean McEvoy is on his way to join us, and he's the chief reporter at Declassified UK, trained as a historian. His investigative journalism and filmmaking focused on British foreign policy, intelligence, and arms trading. His work has been published in The Canary, Tribune Magazine, and Open Democracy, and he has produced documentary films examining state and corporate complicity in conflict. The floor is all yours, Katie.
Thank you very much, Ahad. Hello, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the panel and to Jeremy and everyone here for pulling this day together. In relation to UK arms to Israel, there is a catastrophic accountability gap and democratic deficit. It seems that multiple governments will go to any length to secure impunity, both for Israel's violations and for the government's complicity in those crimes. I frankly don't see how this issue could be any more urgent. I've been advocacy manager at Campaign Against Arms Trade for the last 4.5 years, and we're a 51-year-old organisation working to end the international arms trade. I'm also acutely aware that behind every figure that I mention, an arms licence and the FCDO IHL assessment processes, there are more than 2 million Palestinian people who have spent almost 2 years being near constantly bombed by F-35s, which contain 15% made in the UK, and a constant stream of spare parts, and I hope to honour them in this testimony. So just to say from the outset, this issue brings together a failed UK arms export regime and its intersection with Israel's occupation and apartheid decades long of Palestine. To start with kind of what we're sending, so single individual export licenses, they reach 633 million for the 10-year period from 2015 to 2024. And they cover things like aircrafts, technology, grenades, bombs, missiles, military training equipment. But in addition to those single licenses where we do have values, there's another 71 unlimited value open licenses. And this system lacks all transparency, so these open licenses allow for unlimited quantity, to often sometimes a number of different countries, and there's no end date for particular open licenses. So the F-35 parts, the parts for this stealth bomber jet, 15% of which are made here in the UK, are all on this open license. So that figure that I just mentioned and every figure that the government has mentioned excludes the value of these licenses. The UK is the only tier 1 partner, along with 7 other partners. So US is the lead partner, UK second level 1 or tier 1 partner. The others are Australia, Canada, Denmark, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway. So you'll see there's 3 EU countries, a number of different Western countries, all of which have made statements to say that they will maybe stop some parts going, but not the F-35 parts. So Israel currently has 45 F-35s with a further 30 on order, along with F-15s and F-16s that they're using. So that's, I think, an important point to point out. While I've seen in government statements, they might say things like, we send 1% of Israel's military equipment, but actually it's 45 jets. There are only 3 kinds being used. So when you look at it that way, is it really 1%, or is it a critical part of the jets that are being used to drop bombs, which include 2,000-pound bombs? So 1% doesn't even near begin to cover the percentage of impact that these parts have. So we know that actually the true value of this open license for the F-35s is 572 million, including spare parts. So this almost doubles the 10-year figure that was being, that's kind of quoted from government. It's often quoted in the media, and it just kind of shows immediately the transparency issues with it in this system. So on the 2nd of September 2024, so this is the very day the Labour government made its announcement that there would be a suspension of 29 arms licenses. The Danish NGO Danwatch revealed that F-35 was used in July 2024 to drop 3 2,000-pound bombs in an attack on a so-called safe zone, so where Palestinians had been told by Israel to go on Al-Mawasi, killing 90 people. And I think just to kind of try and bring some of this to life, this is a stealth bomber aircraft that is built to fight other jets in the air, bombing civilians living in tents with 2,000-pound bombs. Israel has also modified this jet to so-called beast mode, so it can carry additional munitions on the wings as well as the interior. A critical thing to take away from kind of the information about the F-35 is that they need a huge amount of spare parts to function, so it's a near constant stream of spare parts. One report states that Israel has used F-35s at more than five times the normal rate of peacetime operations. It has conducted thousands of sorties and flown more than 15,000 flight hours. One US official in December 2023 said they were working at breakneck speed to deliver more spare parts to the F-35s for Israel. And we did an FOI, which showed that in 2023, the license that the F-35 license was used 14 times, which is 3 times as much as any other year on record, so since the program began in 2016. And that's just for direct export of parts for the F-35s from the UK to Israel. So it doesn't include the global spare parts pool in the Netherlands. It doesn't include parts coming from the US. And we think most of that would have happened post-October 7th. So, a huge increase in the parts that are going. They are made all across the country. In Lancashire, the rear fuselage, the active interceptor system by BAE Systems in Kent. Durability testing happens in East Yorkshire. Martin Baker makes the ejection seats in Buckinghamshire. L3 Harris makes the weapons release mechanisms in Brighton. So it's really across the UK we are complicit with providing components for these jets, and there's 75 companies at least involved, and there may be more kind of smaller suppliers. But I think beyond kind of the F-35 program itself, it's not just what we are transferring, it's the processes that the government has implemented and how they have implemented that absolutely compound not just complicity for these specific crimes, any IHL violations that may have taken or war crimes taken place with these jets. It has contributed, I think, kind of critically to the government's denial that its obligation to prevent genocide has been triggered. So the suspension that happened in September, that came about because finally the government admitted that its own criteria had been violated, so that it must not grant a license if it determines that there's a clear risk that items might be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation of IHL. However, the F-35 they describe it as a carve-out. It's an exemption to their own criteria, is completely unprecedented. Nothing like this has ever happened before, where there's an admission that the legal threshold has been reached, and then a complete departure from it. And I think just to kind of maybe hammer that home, the criterion 2C is to prevent IHL violations from taking place. But what the government has done for decades really is to build in expected IHL violations and war crimes. It has, a margin that it's willing to expect. And what we've seen with Gaza is that margin is now through the roof, and there's no kind of floor as to the crimes that they're willing to accept to civilians in Gaza. It accepted that the risk applied to the F-35s. It put that submission into court. But I think what's also interesting to note here is that when David Lammy made this announcement to Parliament, he didn't mention in his statement to Parliament that that the government had stopped direct parts going to Israel, and now everything would be funneled through global supply pools and through the US. So the narrative that he wanted to convey is business as usual. Every part that you needed previously, Israel and also to the US, is going to continue. We're just going to find a different way to do it. He didn't even mention that they would be stopping direct parts in his address to Parliament. That came, later in supplementary materials. So I think it's important to see what ministers are saying versus there can be a big gap between what ministers are saying and legally what's been submitted to court. Yeah, and in their submissions, they said that their excuse for this kind of departure was that international peace and security would be affected by pulling out of the program. But that itself hinged on the government's argument that they could only stop parts going to Israel by completely leaving the program, and that it would be impossible to tell the other partners to stop parts going to Israel or for them to do it themselves. So this means that the position by ministers is that the UK cannot implement its arms controls in these types of agreement, that they're actually impossible, according to their own kind of assessment of the situation, to make compliant with their international legal obligations like the Genocide Convention, the Geneva Conventions, and the Arms Trade Treaty. But what we know from what we've actually seen through the court case is the statements from civil servants and from the Department of Defense, they don't reference supply chain issues or technical problems. What they reference is the F-35 Memorandum of Understanding, that there needs to be consensus. The consensus is at the heart of the program between all of the different partners. So actually what they're describing is a political problem, a problem of political will. Amongst all of these partners, everyone bar the US has signed up to the Arms Trade Treaty, not one of technical difficulty. So I don't have too much time left, but I just want to finish on what I think is maybe the most important point. So the IHL assessment process that they are conducting, which I think you'll hear more about it from the next speaker, but to reach that conclusion that the threshold had been reached, that there was a serious risk, the government was looking at aid, provision of aid, treatment of detainees, and conduct of hostilities. And what it said was, yeah, there's violations on aid and there's violations on treatment of detainees, but we don't have enough information on the hundreds, like more than 400 violations of potential conduct of hostilities related IHL violations. So that will include everything to do with the jets, airstrikes, and bombs. And yes, just to say, in every single incident that there was, almost every single one, 99%. So in Kat's case on Yemen, we had 50% of cases, they said they didn't have enough information to make a judgment. This is 99. It's absurd. It's absolutely farcical. But what that did was allow them to say, yeah, the threshold has been reached, sure. But in terms of the jets, we're not admitting that there's any evidence that there's any problems with how they've used them. And then that then builds into the genocide assessment, because what they have said, ECJU, the Export Control Joint Unit, has said, as far back as June 2024, so we're now more than a year, it's uncontentious that conduct which could in principle satisfy the physical component of genocide continues to take place in Gaza. So a year ago, they thought, yes, the material conditions for genocide are there. What they said was missing was Israel's intent. So it said it didn't see evidence making civilians the object of attack, or Israel deliberately targeting women or children. And apparently they don't care about men. And this is how they decided that Israel doesn't show genocidal intent. So while on one hand you've got all of the IHL incidents where you're saying we couldn't possibly know about Israel's intent, we don't have enough information, but then on genocide you're saying no, we absolutely know their intent. And intent is really the key thing with the IHL violations as well, because what they're saying, the information they don't have is on targeting, on proportional, unexpected civilian harm. So really, it makes almost no sense, and it's a stain on our collective humanity to deny the crimes that have been committed in almost 2 years of airstrikes. I'll just finish by saying, this issue is going to continue to be ongoing in terms of arms, but also in terms of, for instance, the killing of people, the murder of people queuing for aid. So the Foreign Secretary was questioned on this just before recess in the summer and asked, have these incidents been included in the assessments that you're undertaking? And he admitted, yeah, we are doing assessments, but no, those are for an international court. And I actually think the Foreign Secretary got confused with his own lines, because yes, the government is saying a decision on genocide is for an international court, but I don't think that they're actually arguing that the ICJ has to make a decision for the thousands of people that have been killed while trying to get aid every single time. Those are quite clearly possible IHL violations. So, and he would not admit if they had been included or not when he was asked specifically. So the whole construction is so morally bankrupt that there's no way to sustain it without continuing to mislead Parliament and the public at the expense of Palestinian lives. And I think I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Katie, do you have...
One question from me, Katie. How do you find the truth about supplies of British weapons to Israel? Because it seems to me they're often quite obscure. The supply chain to manufacture anything is long and complicated. So are you able to identify the volume that is supplied to Israel, which may be made in Britain but go via a third party, thus evading the government's claim position that it is no longer supplying weapons to Israel?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and it's actually where we're hoping to do our research kind of going forward, because it was actually in response to your own question, Richard, in June, where you were asking about, and it's also, this is John's research from Declassified, where the US apparently were transferring parts via Stansted Airport that the UK was then sending directly to Israel. And when asked, they mentioned about exemptions for the UK military to arms export controls. And they also mentioned, this was the Department of Business and Trade in this written question, they said, yes, we have stopped direct parts going, parts directly going to Israel, but not parts that the UK will be sending to Israel for onward transfer to other F-35 partners, which is implying that Israel is kind of a partner in the F-35 program, and that the UK is sending parts that then Israel will be sending on to other F-35 partners. So what this kind of seems to be hinting at is that there are transfers happening outside of the licensing system. And also, you know, my takeaway from the F-35 program, that the F-35 is the genocide jet. It has not been used at even near similar rates in any other conflict. So the legacy of this program is the genocide in Gaza. And I think we're hoping to do a bit more research to kind of estimate, you know, kind of when we're talking about the spare part supply pools, you know, in the US or in the Netherlands, in reality, a huge portion of them have to be going to Israel because of the rate that they're using and because no other partner is using it at the same rate. So I think there's kind of a little bit of stepping back here. And another thing to flag is that all of the jets in the F-35 program are getting systems upgrades. But, you know, the data of the jets' usage is going to be from Israel via Lockheed Martin on the genocide in Gaza. So the entire future of this program is kind of on the backs of Palestinians and on this genocide.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your work. Just one quick follow-up to that. When many of us have raised the issue of components for F-35s in Parliament, the government has consistently claimed that it's impossible to separate out the components made in Britain that go into the supply chain, which we would not want sent to Israel. They say they cannot separate them. Can you think of any other example around the world where a government would say it cannot control what happens to the vital components it makes to something as so significant as the F-35?
No, the only example I can think of is the F-35 program and the other partners to the F-35 program making the same claim. So, you know, this is an emblematic case of a violation of the Arms Trade Treaty. It fundamentally goes to the heart of multiple different, you know, the Genocide Convention, the Geneva Conventions, the Arms Trade Treaty. And I think, you know, I'm sure I accept that there's going to be people with a different view to me or to Campaign Against Arms Trade, you know, and I take that on board. But, you know, arms trade executives and ministers, this was their opportunity to show that they're, you know, the most expensive military program in terms of jets ever can be made compliant. You know, that they say this brings peace and security around the world, and they failed. And the reasons that they submitted to court as to why they cannot stop individual parts going to Israel, the only kind of things that we could see that came out of what, you know, a lot of it was redacted, but it was on consensus between the partners, the memorandum of understanding, the cooperation. What they're talking about is a political problem, political will not to stand up to the US and say that these are the treaties that we've all agreed on. And to me, it is not credible that this, you know, jet program, millions and millions of dollars and pounds have been poured into it, and there isn't an engineer who can come up with, you know, a technical way of tracking these parts. They have to be tracked anyway in case they are faulty, you know, like anything. Like when we see, you know, that like medicine needs to be pulled back from pharmacies, the same thing applies to jet programs. So no, I don't think that's credible, and it's not backed up at what the government submitted to the court.
So much. I don't know if you can answer this, but do you follow, how about Israeli arms companies operating in the UK like Elbit? Can you say a few words about that, and what is the legality of them producing the weapons here and then sending them back to Israel?
Yeah, we know that is happening, certainly. And I think another interesting thing to note about Elbit is that they are going to, that kind of systems upgrade for the F-35 jet that I just mentioned, they are going to be doing a bespoke version of that for the Israeli modified F-35 jets. So even though we're mostly talking about BAE Systems, Elbit is not only, you know, the UK government having contracts with Elbit, and there's a kind of a huge one on the table at the moment that I know people have been speaking out about, including ourselves, but they're also now a partner in the F-35 jet program. So I think that very clearly shows it's not possible to be in this kind of circle of complicity and not, and, you know, keep your hands clean. If all of this builds, and I think there's, you know, I think other maybe speakers can address this, but the relation between the ICJ judgment and ending the occupation and the apartheid, as which of those companies are complicit in that too. So it's not just the IHL violations, it's their role as a business community that is sustaining this entire operation.
If I may, so as was made clear in the last session, the UK does indeed have a duty not to facilitate the Israeli military industry. And I was wondering, especially that DSEI is coming up, the role of the UK in marketing, purchasing military and tech and technology as well from Israel, and thereby allowing it to inflate its market and its capacity to fund it.
Yeah, and our position is that the Israeli arms companies that are going to be exhibiting, that will potentially have a pavilion, are complicit in war crimes and should not be allowed even visas to come into the UK. The government has said that it has not invited the Israeli delegation, but you know what we have, the research team has looked at is that the Israeli delegation decided not to come. So everything is being all we're seeing is actions in terms of words and nothing that tackles. And I think this kind of comes back to the Foreign Secretary's statement, how he presented this suspension. Business as usual, nothing will change. Until, you know, I've heard so many ministers who would be maybe speaking against what we were saying stopping arms exports is just a gesture. This is gesture politics. It's actually the only thing that isn't gesture politics. In every sense of the word, in terms of the F-35s, in terms of, you know, sustaining the Israeli military machine through marketing to every country in the world. You know, DSEI is one of the biggest arms fairs globally. So this is a place for Israel not just to market its weapons to the UK, but to everybody else. That's why, you know, I think that's why CAP believes that this issue is so important. And yeah.
Thank you. And last but not least, I have just two statements that I'd like to confirm with you. So based on what the testimony that you just gave, so the British government and British courts have been prioritizing NATO obligations over their obligations under international humanitarian law. Would you say that would be accurate in one?
Yes, if it can even be said that these are NATO obligations, because the detail that we've seen, and there's a number of MPs here, I am not satisfied, and I don't think anybody else is, with the information that the Department of Defense has given to show what exactly is this threat to international peace and security? You know, they will mention Ukraine passingly, but the F-35 jets are not being used in Ukraine. So, and I've heard a number of people, the type of equation that you kind of get to is that the entire NATO system and the UK's relationship with the US rests on these crimes being committed against Palestinians. That if these crimes weren't happening, everything else would fall apart. So either that's true and we need to urgently change every single thing about this system, or it's not true. So even the NATO obligations I am not convinced by. And yeah, I think there's others. Richard, maybe you can, like, are we satisfied with what we've seen from the Department of Defense? And I don't think that we are. They won't even send the Business and Trade Committee the letter. They've asked a number of times.
Thank you very much, and you've satisfied my second question as well. So if we may move to Mr. Richard, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to address this important tribunal today. And I want to recognise, because I'm speaking as a Member of Parliament, I want to recognise the role that Jeremy Corbyn MP has played in bringing this important tribunal together. Over the decades, there have been many voices in Parliament for the people of Palestine and for justice for the Palestinian people, but nobody, past or present, has done more for the people of Palestine in the British Parliament than Jeremy Corbyn, and I want to put that on record. I want to briefly look at three things in my evidence. Firstly, the special hearings that we organised in Parliament into Israeli war crimes. Secondly, the political complicity of UK governments in Israel's war. And thirdly, the double standards of the UK government in its treatment of the Israeli war crimes and those by Russia in Ukraine. So firstly, in May 2024, I went to The Hague with my colleague Imran Hussain MP to meet the team of the Chief Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court and to deliver to the team a dossier of evidence of Israeli war crimes. The dossier followed a series of parliamentary hearings that we organised, attended by 70 parliamentarians from 8 parties in the spring of 2024. Our dossier was based on hours of transcripts from the evidence sessions, as well as written submissions from leading groups, including Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Reporters Without Borders, United Nations Special Rapporteur, eyewitness accounts from a British doctor volunteering in a Gaza hospital, and UK humanitarian organisations with a presence on the ground in Gaza who did not wish to be named for security reasons, as well as evidence from lawyers and academics. Now, the dossier found widespread international law violations under 4 categories of war crimes. Collective punishments, including starvation as a weapon of war, the forced transfer of the civilian population, attacks on medical facilities and personnel, indiscriminate attacks on civilians, including on journalists. What we heard was horrifying, and what the MPs there heard, they'll never forget. For example, the descriptions of the scenes from the hospitals in Gaza. Now, I don't have time here today to go into the detail, but I will provide this tribunal with the summary document that we published. Now, we did that in spring 2024, and even then it was obvious that war crimes were being undertaken. And yet the government, then the Conservative government, was claiming there was no evidence of violations of international law. And despite the vast numbers of deaths, they'd undertaken next to no action. So for me, the key point is this. If 2 backbench MPs with their small teams could organise hearings where such evidence was presented, then the British government, with all its vast resources, was clearly and deliberately ignoring evidence of war crimes. It wasn't making the efforts to pursue the truth. It wasn't allocating staff to gather evidence. It was not fulfilling its moral duties. It was not fulfilling its legal duties. In short, it wasn't bothered. And that's an example of what I would label political complicity. We are witnessing a genocide live streamed in real time, tens of thousands murdered with impunity, children starved, hospitals bombed, war crime after war crime. And some governments, including the UK, are helping to arm Israel, including with the parts for the world's most powerful fighter jets, as we've heard. That's one form of complicity. Complicity through military cooperation, as we've heard detailed. But I would argue that they're also complicit through the political green lights that they give Israel. The government should have been using every single tool at its disposal, from sanctions, which I'll come to using its role in the UN and elsewhere to force, not plead with Israel, to stop. Yet the political complicity, that political complicity has meant it has dragged its feet at every step of the way. It has not properly carried out the assessments needed to fulfil its legal obligations. It's obfuscating the reality, and it has not given MPs straight answers to simple questions. And all this appears to be so that it doesn't have to take the action needed. And this is in stark contrast to what it has done over Russian war crimes. By way of example, in September 2024, the new government suspended some arms export licenses, 30 of over 350. While the government still does not give us clarity on what is still being exported, we do know, as we've heard, that F-35 fighter jet parts continue with nothing to stop these indirectly ending up in Israel's hands. What I find extraordinary about this decision is that when it was made in September 2024 by the new Labour government, Israel had already killed 40,000 Palestinians and launched over tens of thousands of airstrikes on Gaza. Yet in its own assessment of international humanitarian law violations from that September, the government had examined just 413 of these individual incidents when making its assessment. And of those, it found only one possible violation of international law. So I want to repeat that. By its international humanitarian law assessment in September 2024, the one that led to it suspending some arms licenses, the UK government had found just one possible international humanitarian law violation, just one. And that's what I mean by political complicity. It's wrong for the government to have assessed so few incidents. It's also wrong to have used the methodology that they used, because the methodology that they used is only assessing incidents individually on a case-by-case basis rather than looking at patterns. For example, the systematic destruction of hospitals or mass population transfers. I just want to read out the written parliamentary answer I was given in June this year when I asked the government again about this. The response from the minister responsible was as follows, and I quote, "Our international humanitarian law assessments have raised concerns about possible breaches of international humanitarian law in the areas of humanitarian access, the treatment of detainees and forced displacement. We have not been able to reach a determination in relation to the conduct of hostilities due to the lack of sufficient verifiable evidence. To determine a possible breach in this area requires access to sensitive, specific information related to individual incidents such as the intended targets, anticipated military advantage, and anticipated civilian harm, which is often not available to us." So the government has not seen anything in the conduct of this war, the bombings, the shootings, the tanks rolling in, that leads it to conclude even possible international humanitarian law violations, and that is because of a lack of information from Israel on why it is conducting these strikes. That's totally perverse. Why are we asking a state whose leader and defence minister were charged with war crimes to provide evidence about strikes that could constitute war crimes? Is the government writing to Vladimir Putin and asking him for information about Russian war crimes before taking action? Of course not. We've had a similar frustration with holding the government to account over genocide. For months, the government claimed it cannot determine whether there is a risk of genocide, as that is a matter for the courts. For example, I recently asked the government whether it had an assessment of whether Israel was in breach of the Genocide Convention. Again, I will read the written parliamentary answer I was recently given, which states, and I quote, "The UK's long-standing policy is that any formal determination as to whether genocide has occurred is a matter for a competent national or international court, rather than for governments or non-judicial bodies. It should be decided after consideration of all the evidence available in the context of a credible judicial process." But that totally undermines the government's duty under the Genocide Act to proactively prevent genocide, because it's the Prevention of Genocide Convention, not the wait till genocide has been completed convention. Now, this is what I mean about the lack of transparency, the failure to do all they can, and what I call political complicity. And finally, I want to look at the issue of double standards. Our government rightly imposed sanctions on Russia, but next to nothing is done about sanctions on Israel. The government says that the UK has sanctioned over 2,500 individuals, entities and ships under the Russia sanctions regime, over 2,300 of which have been sanctioned since Putin's full-scale invasion. In contrast, for Israel, there have been just a handful of sanctions against 2 far-right ministers and against some extremist settlers and settlers' bodies, and only, I believe, for their action in the West Bank, not for the war on Gaza. And in the Foreign Secretary's statement in Parliament on Monday, when we were given the transcript of his statement by the clerks in the House, it refers to, in advocacy of the government's position being sufficient so far, that 3 sanctions have been brought against Israel. It said that there have been 3, and it's totaled them up themselves, and it didn't take long to do so. That's why in November 2024, in line with the ruling of the ICJ, I organised a letter signed by over 60 parliamentarians from 7 parties, calling on the Foreign Secretary to impose widespread sanctions on Israel over its repeated violations of international law. We did not receive any response, so over the summer, I coordinated 85 MPs and Lords from 9 political parties to again make this call for sanctions. The call to suspend the UK-Israel trade agreement until Israel complies with international law, ban all trade in goods and services with illegal Israeli settlements, impose targeted sanctions, including travel bans and asset freezes on all individuals and entities complicit in Israel's occupation, end all arms transfers to Israel, including F-35 components which can be used in violations of international humanitarian law, conduct a full review of UK-Israel relations to ensure no support is given to violations of international law. But as with this tribunal today, I won't be waiting on the government to do the right thing, because it will be through pressure from ordinary people, from campaigners and parliamentarians that we will secure justice. So next week, I'll be launching a new sanctions on Israel bill and forming a new parliamentary working group for sanctions on Israel. Thank you for your time, and I hope that the tribunals found that presentation useful.
Thank you very much. Do you have questions?
Could I ask a question? First of all, Richard, thank you very much for that very powerful statement you've given and the work you've done in raising particularly the legal issues along with our colleague Imran Hussein, who I'm very pleased to see is here today and has also done a huge amount of work on this particular subject. In your meetings with ministers and civil servants under both governments with the Foreign Office, do you detect they are fully aware of the breaches of international law that appear to be taking place? Or do you feel there is a big cover-up going on and they're fully aware of it and don't want to admit it?
I think it may be the case that ministers have convinced themselves that what they're doing is sufficient. I think it's very notable that over the summer a line has developed. We've been consistently asking in questions in Parliament and in correspondence to ministers, why isn't the government bringing extensive sanctions against Israel in the way it has against Russia? Their original response before the summer parliamentary recess was to not answer the question. They now do have an answer to the question, which is they say, name a developed country that has brought more sanctions against Israel than us, because I think I find it quite offensive the way they say developed country, because obviously what they're trying to do there is to write out South Africa, Colombia, and other countries in the Hague Group out of the picture. And of course, if these matters end up in court, and if ministers have to end up finding themselves answerable to legal proceedings, then we didn't do sufficient, but neither did some other Western countries. It's not going to be, in my view, a valid defence. It may be that ministers have deluded themselves, but the consistent thing is that we don't get straight answers. Sometimes we don't get answers at all, and where we do get answers, as Katie said earlier, they're not straight answers. Whether that's because the government ministers aren't asking the correct questions at all, or whether that's because things are being deliberately concealed by ministers, I don't know.
Thank you again very much for this really powerful statement. I have a question regarding the legal departments in the government. I mean, in independent lawyers, there's almost wall-to-wall consensus that Israel is egregiously violating international humanitarian law and actually has violated the Genocide Convention. Do you get to see the briefings that the legal departments are giving the politicians? And are these legal briefings indicating that there is no violation and therefore I don't know how they reach such conclusions? Or are these legal briefings kept in the dark and all you get to see is what the ministers are telling you? Because I think it's very important for us to see what the actual experts in the Foreign Office and in the Defense Office are saying.
Now, we don't get to see the legal advice. Many requests have been made for publication of legal advice, and we just don't get that. What we get is answers at the dispatch box from ministers. And something I find very interesting on the question of legal advice and legal conclusions and legal duties is that we can have in the House of Commons a series of statements. We can have where there's a statement on the situation in Gaza, followed by a statement about the situation in Ukraine. And we sometimes have the same minister answering both statements, or giving both statements, answering questions from MPs. In the first statement, if it's on Gaza, it's not for us to determine whether or not there are war crimes, because it's only for the due legal process and etc., etc. It's not possible. And then in the subsequent statement to the House and questions being responded to from the dispatch box, suddenly it can be clearly said that war crimes are taking place, and that Russia's committed war crimes. Fine, but that double standard where there can be a clear view on the legal position in relation to one country, but not another, is another example of what I'd call double standards. And we've pursued publication of the legal advice, and we haven't had that. So in that sense, not only is Parliament being kept in the dark, but the public is being kept in the dark as well.
One follow-up question. I understand that Israeli legal teams are coming to London and advising your legal departments. Do you see the legal departments also seeking advice from human rights organizations here in the UK that have expertise on international humanitarian law and are more neutral? Or is it only the Israeli teams that the UK government is seeking advice from?
I have to say I don't know the answer to that, and maybe Katie can shed some light. Is your organisation being asked for legal advice by the government?
Certainly not, given that we have taken them to court twice. But I think other colleagues, maybe from different organisations. I would be absolutely certain that the legal teams in Amnesty and Human Rights Watch have given every bit of, and including the Glan court case, the government was given thousands of pages of evidence, so they have seen, and there was interventions by Amnesty and also by Human Rights Watch and Oxfam, so they fully will have engaged with the government and given them every aspect. And these would include, testimony from their staff on the ground too, not just from based in London. Could I actually just add one very quick thing, just to kind of round this off? You know, when I think about this assessment process, there's not millions of people in the Foreign Office, and there's not, you know, it's not thousands and thousands of people that have access to this information. It's either dozens or maybe 100, and those people need to be held accountable, and they need to hold themselves accountable too. It's not, you know, these are like genocidal documents that are stamping off everything that's happening. And I think I would like make a direct call to the people who are involved in this process. Kind of Foreign Office or diplomatic groupthink is what's sustaining all of this, and people need to take a stand.
Well, we thank you very much, Richard, for your testimony on the bad faith misrepresentation of both reality and the law within the halls of government. And now we move on to Joan, please.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Hello? Hi, so I'm John McAvoy, Chief Reporter at Declassified UK. Thanks very much for inviting me to provide testimony. Today I'm going to present evidence that we at Declassified contend could implicate UK ministers in war crimes and crimes against humanity in Gaza. The first thing I want to talk about, which has already been covered somewhat, is F-35 shipments to Israel. So it's well known that the UK is a key supplier of F-35 parts that go into global pools, which then supply Israel. But what is still not widely known is that the UK was directly transferring fighter jet parts to Israel throughout the first year of the Gaza genocide. So last year, Declassified and the Ditch revealed that 14 shipments of F-35 parts were sent directly from Britain to Neverteam Air Base between October 2023 and September 2024. At least 2 of those shipments took place under Keir Starmer's Labour government. Crucially, these shipments were sent from a Royal Air Force base in Norfolk, RAF Marham, making the British armed forces themselves directly complicit in the supply of arms to a state committing genocide. In September last year, the Labour government announced arms restrictions on Israel, suspending some 30 arms export licences and the direct supply of F-35 components to Israel. But these arms restrictions, we contend, were largely a smokescreen for business as usual. Shipping documents, once again obtained by Declassified and the Ditch, indicate that the vast majority, around 90%, of all F-35 exports from Britain are sent directly to the US, where they can be, onward exported to Israel. It's therefore highly unlikely that the ban on direct exports of F-35 parts to Israel will have made a significant impact on the supply chain of fighter jet parts from Britain to Israel altogether. And even after the September arms restrictions, F-35 parts bound for Israel were allowed to be shipped through London Stansted Airport. Inquiries to the Foreign Office about how this was allowed to happen remain unanswered. The Labour government's arms restrictions on Israel have functioned as a smokescreen for business as usual in another crucial way. In his announcement on 2nd September 2024, UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy said that the suspensions would cover equipment for use in the current conflict in Gaza. We contend that Lammy's definition of "for use in the current conflict in Gaza" is fatuous and fundamentally misleading. So in terms of trainer aircraft, components for trainer aircraft were excluded from the arms suspensions because they're supposedly not for use in the current conflict in Gaza, even though Israeli pilots rely on UK-made parts to learn to fly the fighter jets which are being used to annihilate Gaza. So shipping documents have revealed how aerospace firm Moog in Wolverhampton has sent at least 10 shipments of M346 Lavi components to Israel since December 2024, so after the restrictions. The M346 Lavi is a high-performance aircraft designed to train pilots to fly advanced fighter jets, including the F-16 and the F-35. So the UK government is therefore still facilitating the training of Israeli pilots who will go on to drop 2,000-pound bombs on men, women and children in Gaza. And it's not just parts for trainer aircraft that have been exported to Israel since Labour's suspensions in September 2024. Permoid, an engineering firm in County Durham, has sent over 1,000 ammunition containers to Israel since October 2023. Around 300 of those containers were exported in April 2025, once again under the Labour government. Most of these containers were sent to an Elbit Systems factory near Tel Aviv, which produces mortar shells for the IDF. So once again, the UK government would seemingly have us believe that facilitating the supply of ammunition containers, but not the ammunition itself, is a morally justifiable and legally tenable position. I now want to turn to Israeli military officers training in Britain throughout the genocide. After months of stonewalling from both Conservative and Labour governments, we discovered that Israeli army officers have been allowed to train in Britain since October 2023. This information was provided to us earlier this year in response to a Freedom of Information request after several refusals through the Freedom of Information Act. The Ministry of Defence said that fewer than 5 Israeli officers had trained at the prestigious Royal College of Defence Studies in 2023 and 2024. But we subsequently found that at least one of those Israeli soldiers graduated from the RCDS just last month. So even as recently as last month, the UK is training soldiers from an army that is actively committing genocide. And it's not just Israeli soldiers training in Britain. The UK government has welcomed several high-ranking Israeli officers to Britain since October 2023, often providing them with special diplomatic immunity to protect them from private arrest applications under universal jurisdiction legislation. That list includes, but may extend, because all of these visits were intended to occur in secrecy. So there may be many other Israeli military officers that have visited. But the list includes Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi, the IDF's then Chief of the General Staff, who had been directing the Israeli military's operations throughout the Gaza genocide. He visited Britain in November 2024, and the Foreign Office provided him with special diplomatic immunity, protecting him from arrest for war crimes. Then there was Major General Oded Basiuk, head of the Israeli military's Operations Directorate, who was overseeing Gaza operations as well. He attempted to secretly visit Britain in January 2025, but Declassified managed to doorstep him outside Russia in London. And most recently, there was Major General Tomer Bar, the commander of the Israeli Air Force, which has been overseeing, the key player in the decimation of Gaza. Bar was subsequently identified in the chain of command of Israeli officers responsible for the killing of 5 Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza last month. He was allowed to visit Britain in July 2025, just 2 months ago. The final thing I want to talk about, well, I know it will be covered in broader detail tomorrow, is intelligence support. So there's been over 600 spy flights from the RAF since December 2023. These spy flights remarkably continued during the ceasefire early this year. The UK government's rationale for the spy flights is that they're supposedly looking for hostages and they have no offensive duties whatsoever. But at this time, the last remaining British hostage was actually being released, and this kind of destroyed the rationale for the continuation of the spy flights, and in fact looked very much like the British government was continuing to spy over Gaza to help the Israeli forces prepare for a resumption of war, so had very little confidence in the ceasefire that they supposedly supported themselves. There's been several spy flights that have gone over Gaza either before or during massacres, and there are serious concerns about what intelligence the RAF is using in order to decide where they supposedly look for hostages, and whether any of that intelligence has been gleaned through torture of Palestinian hostages and captives, given we know about the pervasive and systematic use of torture by Israeli forces against Palestinians. Now, jumping back to a question that you asked Richard about the extent to which ministers are actually aware of the extent of war crimes in Gaza, one thing that shocked me is that in a Foreign Affairs Select Committee, it was admitted that the Foreign Office, when trying to review whether Israel is committed to complying with international humanitarian law, they were asked whether they've requested to see the footage from the spy flights. I mean, Britain has had an eye over Gaza for much of this genocide. They can pick up communications. The Foreign Office Minister said they have not even asked to see this footage. They have one of the greatest databases of genocide in recent history. Yet the Foreign Office and the unit that is supposed to decide whether Israel is complying with the international humanitarian law has not even asked to view it, which I think is an incredible admission. My very final point is that it's worth noting that most of this information that has been cited now has been either ignored or suppressed by Britain's corporate media, which also needs to be investigated for complicity in this genocide. Thank you.
John, thanks for your evidence just then. What knowledge have you got of the flight paths of the RAF over Gaza? Are they covering the whole of the Gaza Strip? Are you able to identify what they were actually looking for? And has anything been published at all on it that you're aware of?
Yeah, so throughout, since December 2023, what would occur would the beach aircraft would leave RAF Akrotiri, they'd go over the sea and they'd turn their transponders off, so it would be kind of impossible to see exactly what their flight path is. But Matt Kennard at Palestine Deep Dive 3 weeks ago, one of the privately contracted, the UK has contracted private spy flights now, and they forgot to turn their transponders off. And so you can see the kind of flight path that they are taking. So they'll fly over to Gaza and they'll basically encircle an area, because what these spy flights are proficient at is kind of hoovering up intelligence, hoovering up communications from the ground. And so they will circle a certain area of interest for about 3 to 4 hours, and then they'll return to RAF Akrotiri and, presumably pass whatever intelligence they have of interest onto the Israeli forces. I mean, it's important to note as well, even if we take the UK government's justification for the spy flights at its word, that they're only, tasked with locating hostages, then, Netanyahu's justification for much of the war has been to locate hostages. I mean, we know that's nonsense. And in several hostage rescue operations, the Israeli forces have conducted hideous massacres. Around 270 people were killed in the Nuseirat camp in November 2024, before which there was an RAF flight in the air. Parliament has refused to respond to questions about whether intelligence from the UK was used in that hostage rescue operation. So even if they are only 4 hostage rescue operations, which frankly I don't find altogether convincing, then there are still major concerns about UK complicity in massive violations in Gaza.
Thank you so much, John, for your strong testimony in demonstrating to us all the contradiction in the fact that the information exists there, but the will to open the information doesn't exist. I was wondering if you had any information in relation to the facilitation of the use of military bases by British military bases, and also in relation to those flights, the cost of that comes from who's paying that cost? Is it private companies, or are they paid for by the British government?
Well, all of the RAF flights will have been paid by the British government. There's been total secrecy about how much they're costing. The UK, there have been questions in Parliament about it, but anything that relates to the RAF intelligence operations over Gaza basically gets stonewalled by the Ministry of Defence or the Foreign Office, saying we don't comment on intelligence matters. Since these spy flights, the RAF spy flights have been replaced by a private military contractor, well, they're going to be paid through the Ministry of Defence's, presumably through the Ministry of Defence's budget to the contractor, but we still don't know how much is actually being spent on these, which is quite a ludicrous scenario to be in.
Thank you. And the military bases, any information?
Well, sorry, can you repeat that?
On the use of military bases by Israel.
Yeah, well, I mean, RAF Akrotiri has been on Cyprus, has been a key launch pad. I mean, there's been total secrecy around what precisely is happening, but as, you know, Declassified and Palestine Deep Dive and various other media organisations have shown, there's been constant kind of logistical flights going from RAF Akrotiri. The vast majority of the intelligence flights are going there. I mean, it's been used in, you know, attacks on Yemen as well for the refueling. You've had Israeli military jets arriving in England to various different Breeze Norton, for example, but also RAF Fairfield, I believe, which is where Toma Bar arrived recently. So, I mean, there's several different, you know, RAF bases that are either welcoming Israeli military jets or facilitating operations in support of Israel.
And your point also, the fact that when we are speaking about these violations, we're also not only extending this to Gaza, we're extending this also to Lebanon as well. Is there any information of also British complicity in relation to that?
I'm not altogether sure regarding Lebanon. However, in several of the US military attacks on Yemen over the past 2 years, many of them have been facilitated by the UK government with either jets going from RAF Akrotiri. Many have gone from RAF Breeze Norton as well. And typically the jets will be Voyager aircraft, which are used for aerial refueling to support the kind of the fleet of aircraft that are going to bomb, and many of those attacks on Yemen have resulted in significant civilian casualties. And it's also worth reminding that, you know, these airstrikes on Yemen have been conducted in no small part to protect Israel from the consequences of its genocide in Gaza.
Thank you very much.
No, so no more questions.
No more questions.
Could I say to the three of you, thank you very, very much indeed for very, very informative, incredibly well prepared and very powerful testimonies today. It's been a big help to us in drawing up the report, so thank you very much indeed. We now move on to the last two submissions this afternoon, both of which are going to be done by Zoom. So the first one is from Charlotte Andrews from the Global Legal Network, followed by Nikos Tremeglitios, from a Cypriot professor of Bases Off Cyprus campaign. Charlotte, you're obviously on the screen now. Charlotte, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Thank you very much for joining us today. As you can see, we're moving towards the end of the first day's session on this, and we'd like you to make your submission on behalf of the Global Legal Action Network concerning, as you're aware, our inquiry into the legality of British actions in Gaza in particular, and of course issues around the sale of arms and so on. So I look forward to hearing your submission now, and thank you again for coming online.
Thank you so much for having me at this important tribunal. I'm a lawyer for the Global Legal Action Network and also a consultant at Bindman's LLP. And for the last almost 2 years now, I've been part of the legal team representing Al-Haq in its challenge against the UK government's continued decision to license weapons sales to Israel. Just briefly, by way of extremely brief background, Al-Haq started its challenge in October 2023. In September 2024, under threat of injunction from us, the government assessed that its legal obligations necessitated a cessation of arms sales to Israel, but it created a carve-out for UK components for F-35 fighter jets. Al-Haq's challenge was heard in the High Court in May of this year. Al-Haq was unsuccessful on all grounds, but we are currently seeking leave from the Court of Appeal to appeal. I want to begin by saying that it's been really quite shocking to observe how far this government is willing to create legal absurdities, to defy logic itself, to obfuscate, to employ every tool at its disposal in order to keep arming Israel. My testimony will address how, despite the existence of national rules giving effect to the Arms Trade Treaty, the UK government has, to date, been able to continue transferring lethal weapons, which it knows are making their way to Israel, despite clear and overwhelming evidence of atrocity crimes. I'm going to focus on explaining the flawed methodology that the government employed to make its assessments under the arms export licensing criteria, and how that methodology creates an inevitable, or we say predetermined outcome, which is the continued flow of weapons to Israel. So the UK's strategic export licensing criteria state that licenses must be refused if there exists a clear risk that the item might be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation of international humanitarian law. The criteria also stipulate that the government must not grant a licence if to do so would be inconsistent with the UK's other international law obligations, including the Genocide Convention. Now, the approach that the UK adopted in order to fulfill its legal obligations was essentially to do an incident-by-incident assessment. So rather than looking at patterns, they would, for example, look at whether one strike on Al-Shifa Hospital was unlawful, but they would fail in their entirety to assess whether decimating the whole healthcare system was unlawful. What's more, at the very outset of the conflict, this government decided, or the government as it then was, the Conservative government, decided that they could not assess whether there might have been violations without information from Israel itself as to what was being targeted and other operational information that Israel might have. They therefore asked Israel for this information, and Israel declined to provide it. The government deemed that that refusal was a reasonable one. This was an approach that was adopted by the current Labour government, and this set in motion the circular reasoning which saw the government repeatedly give the perpetrator of these atrocities the opportunity not to incriminate themselves. The effect of this approach is that no matter what Israel does in the conflict of hostilities, no matter how clear the breaches are, no matter how uniform the international consensus is, this government will not find that any of these strikes even possibly violated international humanitarian law unless Israel tells them its version of events. Al-Haq's case in these proceedings was that it was wholly unnecessary to impose such a requirement on the IHL analysis, because obviously the clear risk test could be assessed through monitoring patterns of attack, through looking at statements of clear genocidal intent by Israeli officials, and generally from drawing obvious inferences from what Israel was actually doing in Gaza. Nevertheless, the government's methodology led to perverse findings. In the course of these proceedings, the UK government has had access to video footage of the sniping and killing of a grandmother as she walked with her grandson, holding his hand, waving a white flag. Even this was not a possible breach of IHL. Likewise, the execution of Palestinians in their hospital beds by Israeli forces disguised as healthcare workers and disguised as healthcare workers and civilians. Again, not a possible breach. Massacre after massacre of children in their beds, not a possible breach. The whole-scale flattening of bakeries, not a possible breach. These are all examples that come from this very litigation, and in many cases, the government's own evidence, which it disclosed in these proceedings. By September 2024, which is the last time we had disclosure in this case, Israel had killed over 40,000 Palestinians and launched over 10,000 airstrikes on Gaza. The UK government had examined just 413 of these incidents, which we say is outrageous. And of those 413 incidents, it found only one possible violation of international humanitarian law. That possible breach was the World Central Kitchen attack that killed foreign aid workers. So that means that 11 months into this most deadly conflict, the UK government had not assessed that a single incident that killed exclusively Palestinians was even a possible violation of international humanitarian law. This, we say, is a calculated blindness to the sanctity of Palestinian lives. What's more, the consequences that flowed from this methodology were extreme. For the first 11 months of this litigation and this conflict, the UK government assessed that there was no clear risk that UK weapons might be used to commit or facilitate a serious violation of IHL. And that meant that weapons transfers to Israel continued unabated and in fact increased dramatically following October 2023. In September 2024, the UK government reached the assessment that the clear risk threshold was met, But even then, it still departed from its own domestic rules in order to create a carve-out, such that UK components for F-35 fighter jets still go to Israel if they do so via the international pool. This new decision itself shielded the very methodology from challenge, because by taking a new decision, Al-Haq was now precluded, under the domestic rules of judicial review, from challenging the prior decisions. Just another way in which the government sought to evade accountability. In respect of the F-35 carve-out, Al-Haq argued that these continued transfers were inconsistent with the duty to prevent genocide, and this engaged the key question in this litigation of whether the government had assessed the risk of genocide. This is how we discovered that, despite denying having done so to Parliament, the government had made an assessment under the Genocide Convention, and it had concluded that there was no serious risk of genocide. How, you might ask, could the government possibly have reached this conclusion in the face of everything that was coming out of Gaza and near international consensus on this point? The answer is through its flawed methodology. The government had said that, because of its application of its methodology, it was unable to find evidence of attacks on women and children and evidence of deliberate attacks on civilians in general, and therefore Israel could not harbour genocidal intent in its assessment. So in other words, the UK government stacked their genocide assessment on top of this rigged methodology, a methodology that is not even designed for meeting its basic obligations under the Genocide Convention. The last thing I'll touch on before I close is that, in addition to intentionally employing a flawed methodology, in the context of this litigation, the UK government has taken other steps to frustrate the rule of law and prevent their cooperation with Israel from being properly scrutinised. So, for example, in proceedings like this, there's what's called a duty of candour, which is a duty to disclose all material facts. We specifically asked for a research report that is chillingly entitled, and I quote, "Long-range shootings or shootings of minors," end quote. The UK, in contravention of its legal obligation, chose not to disclose that by way of these proceedings. In addition, this government has sought to introduce delay into these proceedings at every possible juncture. Also, this government has said one thing in Parliament and an entirely different thing in court, as Richard Burgon MP alluded to. And in fact, my colleague Garodo Quinn will make further submission to the tribunal tomorrow, expanding on what we've learned firsthand about how the UK government has itself engineered an accountability gap and how they are now exploiting that gap to enable their support for Israel to continue unchallenged. So, in sum, in order to evade accountability for its actions in Palestine and avoid scrutiny of the UK's deep economic, political and military cooperation with Israel, this government has hollowed out its own domestic laws, as well as the procedural safeguards and protections afforded by the Genocide Conventions, the Geneva Conventions and the Arms Trade Treaty. The UK had a proud history as an architect of the post-war international framework, and yet the effect of the UK's current position is to severely compromise that very framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, my colleagues? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much for that, Charlotte. So just a quick question in relation to the reasoning of the court in their assessment of the F-35 case. Would you be able to give a short comment on that, as well as your own assessment of that, of the court's reasoning and its rationale?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what happened in the case is that the UK government said that the F-35 carve-out was necessary and that removing its parts going to Israel would undermine international peace and security. And it failed in its entirety to submit evidence in open court as to why that was the case. But what happened is there were closed proceedings. So essentially that's proceedings where Al-Haq and Al-Haq's lawyers are not allowed to view the evidence, but there's someone appointed to represent our interests. And in the judgment, the court found that evidence that was submitted in the closed proceedings established the point that international peace and security would be undermined by the removal from that programme. That's one aspect of its findings. Also, generally in judicial review in the UK, the courts afford a great degree of deference to governmental decision making, and that is especially true where national security is at stake. And because of the way that the government pleaded this case, in that it is core to national security, there was a huge degree of deference that was afforded to governmental decision making. What the court said expressly is not we endorse this approach, but actually the proper place for scrutiny is not the courts, it is Parliament. And so it's interesting to follow immediately Richard Burden MP after himself talking about how challenging it is to afford for accountability in the parliamentary setting.
Well, indeed, it's quite unfortunate how stuck we are in a circular go ask the other person type of thing. Would you like to?
My simple question is this. First of all, thank you very much for your evidence. How often do cases of international humanitarian law breaches actually end up with a case taken in a domestic court? I'm not just thinking about the UK, I'm thinking of other places where you've got a very distinguished record of taking up cases in different countries. I wondered if you had any experience on this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able, I mean, I'll just comment anecdotally, but I think it's extremely rare. In the UK setting, for example, we're obviously the only case, and that's for a number of reasons, including the deference afforded to the courts, but also including how astronomically expensive it is to bring litigation in the UK, and how often this realm of decision-making, not just in the UK, but if we look at the US and other similar jurisdictions, is actually kind of cordoned off. Governmental decision-making as it relates to national security is one of the most hardest, like the most challenging thing to challenge in the courts.
Charlotte, thank you very, very much for your evidence. If you want to add anything by sending it in writing, you'd be very welcome, and that will help us to develop the report on today's hearings. But can I say thank you very much for coming on and giving us your wisdom and your information this afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me.
Our pleasure. The next evidence is from Nikos Trimiklitinioutis, who's a professor of sociology, social science and law at the School of Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Nicosia in Cyprus. He heads the Cyprus team for the Fundamental Rights Agency of the European Union. He's also a practicing barrister, has researched on integration, citizenship, education, migration, racism and free movement of workers under EU law. And he's part of the international team on world deviance, which produced the gorging and engaging deviance of 1600 to 2000, published in 2014. He has enormous knowledge of, obviously, legal situations in Cyprus. And I'd be very interested to hear his view on the use of the RAF bases in Cyprus, albeit fully understanding that they are sovereign bases by Britain. But I understand there is a political debate about that in Cyprus, which I think we would all be very interested to hear about. So you're very welcome, Nikos, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon here in London. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me on this very important tribunal work that is being done. What I hope to do in my submission is to demonstrate how the use of the British bases in Cyprus, which is of course a colonial remnant larger than the island of Malta, just to realize its size, making about 3% of the territory of the country, has and remains a key facility, a kind of a crucial infrastructure for the British operations, enabling Israel, together with the United States, to pursue the genocide in Gaza. And I hope to show that the excellent documentation provided by important sources such as declassified in other organizations in the UK is corroborated by research, local journalism, as well as grassroots activism, in particular a group called Genocide Free Cyprus, which demonstrate by closely monitoring and campaigning against these operations, we're able to show how crucial the use of the British bases are by the British, as well as American and Israeli forces in the genocide situation. It's crucial here to note that the bases contravene international humanitarian law, the use of the bases for these purposes, and may well contravene relevant Cyprus Treaty laws because they actually violate international law in different ways. And as I said, it is questionable whether the Cyprus government has explicitly given authority to do so. But in any case, whether it has or it hasn't, if it has, it burdens both the UK and the Republic of Cyprus by granting permission in violating international humanitarian law. And we're talking about the use of Cyprus, the use of the bases in Cyprus, as well as other facilities in Cyprus, whereby this is used for the purposes of helping, aiding, and abetting the continuation of the situation in Gaza. And this is because the use of outposts in Cyprus, the bases as well as other aspects, other infrastructures, to conduct activities which may aid Israeli war crimes, carries with it the responsibility for what goes on there, and is also a serious threat to the people of Cyprus, many of whom, I would argue that a very, very large number, are actually opposed to the situation as opposed to the genocide that is going on. Now, as you know, Britain maintains these large bases, 2 large areas in Cyprus. They are dubbed as sovereign base areas. As I said, I question this very much so. And we're talking about 98 square miles, and they are used for these purposes. And given that Cyprus has becoming more important since the end of the Cold War, and it's essentially the last remaining British base, its geopolitical significance has risen as British colonial power has been declining and the US, the geopolitical power, has been rising since the Cold War. And of course, this enables the British bases, and this is, I'm quoting from different sources, enables the UK to maintain a kind of a permanent military presence as a strategic point in the Eastern Mediterranean. And we're talking about one of the largest permanent joint operation base in the area, and this is really the key. Now, how the base is being used to facilitate Israel's attack in Gaza? These bases are supposed to be used by the UK solely for military reasons, but although they are they're allowing for other Commonwealth countries to use them, they're also allowing the United States to use the British bases here for military situation, for the Gaza situation. We know that Israeli F-35s bombing Gaza have access to the British bases, and this has been well demonstrated already. Declassified UK has shown this, and we know that there have been numerous demonstrations against this and against the use of Cyprus as a whole, including the areas which the British have retained as a colonial remnant for these purposes, through different ways in which Cypriots have demonstrated that they're against it. Unfortunately, the government is complicit. Unfortunately, the government sees itself as a tool in the hands of the West, and this creates a problem. But this is contrary to what a lot of people fear in different ways. Now, what is the evidence? And as I said, I'm relying on the great work by Genocide Free Cyprus, which has created a good basis for us to think about. The UK has used, together with the US military, different facilities in Cyprus to carry its activities. It seems that the whole military presence of NATO in Cyprus, and we're talking about how the bases are the big area which is used by other forces as well as the United States. We know that there's use also by Germany, for instance, and by France also other places in Cyprus are being used, like Paphos, the Paphos airport, and the other new military base that is being built in near Paphos, as well as Larnaca International Airport. We have information about, for instance, a US Boeing S-40 Clipper used to transport cargo and passengers from using the military, the British bases. We know that the UK Eurofighter Tycoon FR-44 has, which has a multi-role in combat aircraft capable of different things like air-to-air and air-ground attacks, has been used in Cyprus and is stationed in Cyprus. So the British forces we have all the details of this, and I can provide the flight details, the pictures, and everything of what goes on in here. So I don't want to bore you with the details of the exact dates of this, but we know that this is we routinely witness British forces using Cyprus civilian airports also as launching pads for various operations in the regions. So it's not just the bases that are being used, it's also other facilities in the countries, which of course require the permit of the Republic of Cyprus, which make Britain, as well as the Republic, complicit in the escalation of violence in general in the region. When we're talking about the bombings in Lebanon, Iraq, the Houthis in Yemen, or Iran recently, but also particularly for the genocide in Gaza. They play a crucial role in Gaza, and they operate particularly spying on behalf of Israel and providing facilitation information. We know that, for instance, the Eurofighter Tycoon has been used in different ways and has been granted access from Larnaca Airport International and Paphos International Airport, and shows that this is also being used in what is known as Operation Shader in the past, and which has been criticized. But we know that openly Keir Starmer has made it clear that they intend to continue using the island to support the whole facilitate the regime in Israel to continue its operation. We're talking about policies and practices which facilitate all the genocidal policies of Israel in Gaza at the moment. So we are really seeing this and bases being used. We know that Typhoon 5 jets, for instance, have been carrying out near daily flights in pairs and have recordings taking place in numerous flights in Cyprus. This was in September 2024. Well, as recently, we see these military efforts to continue their frequency in different areas of Cyprus, and Cyprus being transformed often in very low altitudes, and they're becoming a kind of a normality in our situation, as Cyprus becoming a big military zone. So we have footage from Larnaca, the international airport, which captured in the summer 2024, revealing how military warplanes appear to be facilitating here. But these are working in tandem with British military forces, and of course facilities in Cyprus. Also, we have footage of UK spy flights from Akrotiri over Gaza and in Paphos International Airport being used as regular spy flights, taking off from Akrotiri and continuing to support the regime of Israel and supply them military information. So this is a serious problem. Another aspect, which is particularly embarrassing for the Cypriot government, don't forget that we are talking about a divided country with the northern part occupied by Turkey since 1974. We have at least 12 flights, probably there are more, documented with direct flights from Turkey, Adana, to RAF Akrotiri of US military aircrafts, which have been spotted en route from Adana to Akrotiri, and with decreasing altitude, which shows that they're approaching the bases. Now, the irony here is that the Republic of Cyprus government is portraying itself as we need these bases and we need to be close to the Americans because we are facing a threat from Turkey. Turkey is occupying Cyprus, and we need this. But what we're talking here is a NATO facility being used not for the protection of Cyprus, but for attacking Palestinians, for attacking other countries in the regions at the expense of other states. And all this is documented. So overall, the UK military assets are using both, the British bases as well as other infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, military infrastructure, which which facilitate the war crimes committed in Israel on Palestinians. And this is a major issue that makes us really unhappy in Cyprus, those of us who want peace in the region, peace in Cyprus, reunification, coexistence between peaceful coexistence and the reunification of the country, as well as act in solidarity and in line with international law. Because we are talking about Cypriot airspace being used in ways that is destructive for the whole region, and it is being used for this horrific continuing genocide that we're seeing. And Cyprus is more important than ever because it plays a multiple role here in how it's being used. It's used as an economic lifeline to facilitate different aspects of the regime in Israel, as well as a military outpost. And the core of this military outpost are the British bases. So my submission is that the British bases, Britain is complicit to genocide, and Cyprus, unfortunately, the Republic of Cyprus is facilitating this. And we have the role of Mossad in Cyprus, the role of different organizations facilitating economically, politically, and militarily what goes on now in Gaza, as well as the other war crimes that are being committed by the Israeli forces in the West Bank and elsewhere. Thank you.
Nikos, thank you very, very much. Nikos, thank you very much for that very powerful evidence you've just given us. One question that comes to my mind is, just please confirm this. As I understood it, you said that the UK forces, in addition to using the sovereign bases, have also been using Cypriot facilities as part of their military activities in relation to the flights over Gaza and delivery to Israel. Is that correct? Am I right in understanding that?
Absolutely, that is correct. And we know that aircraft are regularly used, for instance, to travel from Larnaca to Qatar, so from Paphos and to Qatar, for instance, and then to the British bases in different ways. So what we are seeing the facilities, the whole of Cyprus facilitating this. And this shows that complicitly, that the Republic of Cyprus, the government, is also complicit. And I don't want to shift responsibility only to the UK. We're talking about an operation here where NATO forces, and Cyprus is not a member of NATO, but it's a facilitator of NATO in this context, being used for operations in Gaza, provided in different ways, in spying, in facilitating, in using different. Also, that not just we're not talking about only the aircraft facilities. We're talking also about the ports being used. The ports are being used to facilitate, to bring this fuel to Israel via the ports in Limassol, the ports in Larnaca, and elsewhere. Yes, absolutely.
Nikos, thank you very much for that and for the work you're doing. It's been extremely helpful. And if you want to send us any further written evidence or ideas, that would be very, very welcome indeed. Could I thank you very much for your time and the evidence you've given this afternoon?
Thank you very much.
And could I say to everyone else that we've now taken 17 witnesses today. I want to thank them all for the great work they've done. And we have another 12 witnesses tomorrow starting at 10 o'clock, and they're very, very powerful witnesses as well tomorrow. We won't be giving our conclusions today. We will give a brief statement at the end of tomorrow's session, but obviously we need to go away and consider all the evidence, and in some cases supplementary evidence will be offered. But I think all those that are watching online, thank you very much for joining us online. will agree, I hope, with me that this has been a very, very powerful and very worthwhile day, that we've managed to understand a great deal about British involvement in the horrific situation that the Palestinian people are facing in Gaza. I don't know if either of my colleagues want to add anything to that at the moment.
Well, just in short is that we look forward to hearing more, and indeed it's been horrifying as well as mind-blowing to see the whole picture, and we hope as much as possible that also we'd be able to convey this picture as far as we can to the British public, so that they also might be able to see their own governments doing and hold their government accountable as we go forward.
Thank you very, very much. So we adjourn now until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning here, and look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow morning and all of you online. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your patience where we've only had some minor technical difficulties, all of which have been overcome by our brilliant team of technical volunteers. Thank you to all the volunteers and all the helpers that have given up so much time today and have offered to do so again tomorrow. Adjourned.